Welcome to the Underclass podcast with Austin Picard. I'm an independent researcher who can't stomach being lied to on a daily basis by the mainstream media, while we live in a fracturing society, launched into parallel realities, falling perfectly onto the two sides of the political spectrum. I remain in the Underclass. Chapter 12 of Behold a Pale Horse, written by Bill Cooper and published in 1991. He describes for many years the secret government has been encouraging the manufacture and importation of military-grade firearms for criminal use. This is intended to foster a feeling of insecurity, which would lead the American people to voluntarily disarm themselves by passing laws against firearms. By using drugs and hypnosis on mental patients in a process called Orion, the CIA inculcated the desire in these people to open fire on schoolyards and thus inflame the anti-gun lobby. This plan is well underway, and so far is working to perfection. On April 20th, 1999, Columbine High School seniors Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold murdered 13 of their fellow students and one teacher, injuring 23 others. About 49 minutes after the shooting began, Harris and Klebold took their own lives in the library, where the majority of the victims died. It was the deadliest school shooting in American history until December 14th, 2012, when 20-year-old Adam Lanza allegedly shot and killed 26 people, including 6 staff members and 20 children between the ages of 6 and 7 years old at the Sandy Hook Elementary School in Newtown, Connecticut. According to a report published by what's promoted as a nonpartisan American think tank known as the Pew Research Center, the Columbine High School shooting was the most covered news story of 1999 and third most followed by the American public of the entire decade, surpassing the mysterious death of John F. Kennedy Jr., the Kosovo War, and the impeachment trial of Bill Clinton. Echoes of Columbine can be heard in the subsequent policies that have both questionable effects on the root cause or underlying problem and negative, far-ranging effects on those subjected to such policies. In the aftermath of the shooting, a strange phenomenon developed regarding the deep cultural and societal impact of the tragic event in Columbine, Colorado. The shooting led to changes in active shooter protocols, policing tactics, prevention methods including gun control and metal detectors, and has since inspired numerous copycat crimes, with many killers taking their inspiration from Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold by describing the two perpetrators as being martyrs or even heroes, going so far as to imitate their methods or outward appearance. By the 20th anniversary of the massacre, more than 100 known mass shooting attacks and plots across over 30 states had been influenced by the 1999 shooting. Dozens more never made the news. The Columbine Massacre has been directly linked to at least 50 other mass shootings that have left over 300 people dead and over 500 wounded. As of June 2025, the shooting has inspired more than 70 copycat attacks, and its impact has been dubbed the Columbine Effect. Columbine looms large in the minds of the American public and has had a significant impact on pop culture, with Harris and Klebold frequently seen and mentioned in several forms of media. It's always just a matter of time before media stories rush to reference Harris, Klebold, and the massacre whenever another school shooting occurs. Following the Columbine shooting, schools across the United States instituted new security measures, such as transparent backpacks, metal detectors, school uniforms, and security guards. Some schools implemented the numbering of school doors to improve public safety response. Several schools throughout the country resorted to requiring students to wear computer-generated IDs. The first copycat may have been the W.R. Myers High School shooting, just 8 days after Columbine, when 14-year-old Canadian student and school dropout Todd Cameron Smith went into his former school in Tabor, Alberta at lunchtime with a sawed-off .22 rifle under his dark blue trench coat and opened fire, killing one student. A month after the massacre, Heritage High School in Conyers, Georgia, had a shooting which Attorney General Janet Reno called a Columbine copycat. A personal friend of Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold, named Eric Vake, was even arrested after threatening to finish the job at Columbine High School in October 1999. Authorities subsequently found a diagram he made of the school and what were described as suspicious journal entries. Vake was placed on a $500,000 bond and was sent to a youth detention center. According to the official narrative, Harris and Klebold, who planned for roughly a year, intended the attack to primarily be a bombing and only secondarily a shooting. The pair allegedly launched a shooting attack after the homemade bombs they planted in the school failed to detonate. Their motive remains uncertain to this day. Police were heavily criticized for not intervening during the hour-long shooting, and the incident resulted in the introduction of the Immediate Action Rapid Deployment Tactic, IARD, which is used in active shooter situations, and an increased emphasis on school security with zero-tolerance policies. The senseless violence sparked debates over American gun culture and gun control laws, high school cliques, subcultures, outcasts, and school bullying, as well as teenage use of pharmaceutical antidepressants, the internet, and violence in video games and film. Columbine has since become a proverbial expression for school shootings and mass violence, symbolizing the tragic influence of such events on modern society, while serving as a stark reminder of the sinister nature of problem reaction solution and the dystopian pretext, so often exploited and leveraged against us in times of crisis. Modern Gladio and the strategy of tension provide the backdrop for our story, as we take up our position in the trenches on the front lines of the mind war. Psychological operations and socially engineered contagion are the sophisticated weapons of war, manipulating emotions and social behavioral patterns to spread the mind virus within any given group, often relying on advanced psychological tactics while perfectly orchestrating social influence to achieve specific outcomes. Columbine introduced the very concept of school shootings into the public consciousness, and inevitably became the blueprint for future school shooters. But what if the most extraordinary details surrounding this case were in large part ignored throughout the course of the cover-up? With significant proof of prior knowledge, numerous witness accounts suggesting additional gunmen, revelations of prior planning, adult co-conspirators, indications of mind control, connections to the occult, links to military intelligence, and additional compelling evidence even implicating a potential child sex ring operating in the area, the age-old playbook and recognizable patterns begin to take form. This week, we explore the anatomy of a school shooting through the untold story of the Columbine Massacre, following the echoes of this tragedy to a much more plausible alternative conclusion. Through objectively re-examining the details of this case, we pry back the curtain yet again, ultimately revealing the all-too-familiar hidden hand responsible for guiding these chaotic events into place. The facade of virtue, drenched in moral corruption, reflects the cunning nature of our unending adversary, spotlighting the manipulative tactics of these engineers of outcome. As Shakespeare wrote in the tragedy of Richard III, depicting the Machiavellian rise and fall of King Richard III of England, and thus I clothe my naked villainy with odd old ends stolen out of Holy Writ, and seem a saint, when most I play the devil. Our story begins on the morning of April 20th, 1999, 17 days before graduation, at approximately 11:30 a.m. in Jefferson County when Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold entered the Columbine High School in Littleton, Colorado, and began shooting students and staff while utilizing dozens of explosive devices.
Jefferson County 911.
Yes, I'm a teacher at Columbine High School. There is a student here with a gun. The gun is right outside the library door, okay?
Columbine, 49 minutes, 13 dead.
Those two young men stood on the stage and screamed and yelled their rage through violence. and did so in a manner that got worldwide attention.
Columbine has inspired over 80 copycat attacks.
They want to become part of the Columbine mentality, or they want to become a Columbine shooter.
At least 30 people believed to be killed on the campus of Virginia Tech University.
Another possible mass shooting, this one at a community college in southwest Oregon.
Police responded to reports of a shooting at Sal Castro Middle School.
A school shooting with reports of multiple fatalities, this time in Santa Fe, Texas.
Probably this shooter was operating off the Columbine boilerplate.
Columbine gives them a template.
The investigation into the high school massacre is slow-moving and dangerous. The two gunmen who went on the rampage booby-trapped the building and even themselves. All day long, investigators have searched the homes of both teenage killers. In one of them, police say they found bomb-making materials. Specially trained officers searching the school today found close to 30 explosive devices all around the building. Authorities have also revised the death toll, now saying 15 people were killed, including the two gunmen. Most of the bodies are still inside the school, but families of the murder victims have been notified. NJ Burkett begins our coverage. He is live in Littleton, Colorado. NJ.
And Roz, we're being kept far away. The building off in the distance is still sealed off. As you said, the bodies have not yet been removed. A total of 15 people are believed to have died here, 12 students, 1 faculty member, and the 2 young killers. Investigators say this attack appears to have been carefully planned for a long time.
One by one, students returned to Columbine High and left bouquets of flowers in a park half a mile away.
A little bit of pain, a little bit of everything at once. It's deep, you know, but it's got to be strong.
Parents, hug your kids. Pray that, be happy that you're with them. Kids, grab your friends, hold them tight, and never be mad at people, because it could happen in a second that they'll be gone.
Investigators found their first pipe bomb in the parking lot, and the Denver bomb squad immediately sealed off the building. Robotic cameras later found the entire school was booby-trapped. Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold had apparently committed suicide, but investigators say they spent their final moments rigging the building and their own bodies with more than 24 pipe bombs. Amid the gunshots and bomb blasts, hundreds of students ran for their lives, stalked in their own school by 2 of their own classmates who went on a rampage.
People were getting shot all around me.
There was a guy at a table right next to me and her, and they just shot him and then walked away, and then he was just sitting there in a pool of blood.
Detectives now believe they entered the school through a back door and stormed down the hallways. They cornered students in the cafeteria and the library, where there was nowhere to run. Witnesses say they laughed as they fired their weapons, executing their classmates who begged for their lives.
They were shooting anyone of color wearing a white hat or played a sport, and they didn't care who it was, and it was all at close range.
Screaming after they'd shoot up something, they'd go, woo! Just a pleasure for them.
This morning, students packed a prayer service at a local church and stood in the parking lot, embraced one another, and wiped away their tears. Graduation was less than 2 weeks away. Amber Burgess is Columbine High School's homecoming queen.
I don't even know if people are going to be able to walk back in the school again and see empty chairs, and it'll be horrible.
Now, they have been attempting to identify the bodies inside the school all day today. At a news conference just a few minutes ago, the county prosecutor updated reporters on their efforts to identify the bodies.
We have completed tentative notifications to, I believe, all of the family members of the people who are still inside the school. Only 2 of the victims have been removed, at least the last time I was down at the scene. We have a number of others that are still at the scene, but we've completed those tentative identifications to the families and notified them that based on descriptions and other criteria that they have provided to us, that we've been able to identify them.
That now the latest word from the county prosecutor here. Once again, to recap, 15 people dead, 16 people hospitalized, 5 of them in critical condition. Live tonight, Littleton, Colorado, NJ Burkett, Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
All right, NJ, thank you. President Clinton saying he and his aides are struggling to understand why all of this happened. The president said early intervention is the key to preventing trouble.
We must all do more to recognize and look for the early warning signals that deeply troubled young people send, often before they explode into violence. Surely more of them can be saved, and more innocent victims and tragedies can be avoided.
The White House says President Clinton may visit Littleton, Colorado at a time when it is best for the community. Ross?
The two killers belong to a group of students that named itself the Trenchcoat Mafia, and we are beginning to learn more about these teenagers. Stacey Sager is live in the Eyewitness Newsroom with that side of the story. Stacey.
Well, Roz, they wore black trench coats, combat boots, and some wore Nazi crosses. They hated jocks, loved the internet, and were fascinated by World War II. They were known as the Trenchcoat Mafia. The question is, why didn't anyone know they'd turned so violent?
The clues were here in Littleton long before the deadly violence. The yearbook pictures with handwritten captions about insanity. This alleged Trenchcoat Mafia website shut down shortly after ABC News took these pictures. It even had a so-called hit list mentioning jocks and one substitute teacher as potential targets. And there were the outfits, the dark coat and boots associated with Hollywood's more violent scenes. But no one knew the talk would become reality.
It's just a gang of about 20 guys who call themselves the Trenchcoat Mafia. They wear trench coats every day to school, and wear makeup and paint their nails and stuff. They're just I don't know, everyone kind of thinks of them as different, and they always just hang out with themselves only.
I mean, they looked like, they sort of had vibes of, not exactly loving everyone. But I mean, they never walked around the halls, saying, you're all gonna die.
Students also say that members of the small suburban gang bragged about their guns and ammo. One cyber chatter even recalled a previous warning that a certain El Caress wrote about preparing for the big April 20th. You're all going to be sorry. Terrorism experts widely know that this time of year has been extremely violent throughout history. April 19th is the anniversary of many painful moments, from Waco to Ruby Ridge to Oklahoma City. And this past April 20th was the 110th anniversary of Adolf Hitler's birthday.
April 20th might just turn out to be a watershed date for an event such as what occurred in Colorado, and might in the future precipitate other types of events like this.
Experts we talked to feel it is tragic the isolation and hatred went undetected at the school, yet they say the key to preventing future violence may really lie with parents and kids at home.
Teach them they're allowed to express their anger in words. They're not allowed to act on them. If they don't act on it with you, they will learn how to control their anger as they get older.
Now, police have been interviewing the family members of the two teenagers responsible for the shooting. We now know that one of them, Eric Harris, also posted violent lyrics and recipes for pipe bombs on the internet. And his final entry in an AOL chat room, which was posted yesterday morning at 8:41, read, "Today is my last day on Earth." Rob.
Disturbing. Thank you, Stacey. The Vatican led world reaction to the horror in Colorado. Pope John Paul is calling on Americans to respect the dignity of human life. In London and other major capitals around the world, the shooting grabbed the headlines, knocking the war in Kosovo off of the front pages. A Tokyo paper labeled America as a sick gun society, and Australia's prime minister called the shooting an act of terrorism.
According to the official timeline of events, beginning on the morning of April 20th, 1999, Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold actually showed up for school as they would any other day at 6:15 a.m. There are multiple reports claiming that they both subsequently left the school at an undisclosed time in order to change clothes before the attack, but specific details about when and where this occurred are not clearly documented. Diagram 12 in the Columbine report shows Eric and Dylan both leaving to change clothes and returning separately at Columbine High School. They arrived separately back on campus wearing wraparound sunglasses and black trench coats. Harris arrived around 11 a.m. and parked his vehicle in the junior student parking lot. As Harris pulled into the parking lot, he encountered classmate Brooks Brown, with whom he had recently patched up a long-standing series of disputes. Brown told the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office that he had been smoking a cigarette whenever he was surprised to see Harris, whom he earlier noted had been absent from class test. Harris was a good student and unlikely to miss school days with an important academic obligation. Brown apparently berated Harris for missing the test. Harris, acting unconcerned, replied, "It doesn't matter anymore." Harris went on, Brooks, I like you now. Get out of here. Go home. Brown, feeling uneasy and already prepared to skip his next class, walked away down South Pierce Street. Between 11:10 and 11:14 a.m., Eric Harris enters the school through the west entrance. Diagram 9 shows Dylan Klebold arriving back at school around 11:10 a.m. and parking his 1982 black BMW 320i in the adjoining senior student parking lot. Klebold enters the school through the library between 11:14 and 11:22 a.m. The library was located above the cafeteria in the second story of the window wall. Each car contained bombs. Diagram 11 shows Harris in the school cafeteria with a duffel bag. Meanwhile, Dylan and Eric met in the school parking lot to arm themselves, returning to their vehicles between 11:14 to 11:22 a.m. Using straps and webbing to conceal weapons beneath their trench coats, they lugged bags containing ammunition, and Harris had concealed his shotgun in one of the bags. They also grabbed the two 20-pound propane bombs as they made their way toward the school cafeteria. Harris and Klebold allegedly placed two duffel bags in the cafeteria. Each bag contained propane bombs set to detonate during the A lunch period, which began at 11:15 a.m. However, no witnesses recalled seeing the duffel bags being added to the 400 or so backpacks that were already in the cafeteria. A custodian happened to be replacing the school security videotape at around the same time, 11:14 a.m. Shortly after the massacre, police speculated the bombs were placed during this tape change. Security cameras in the cafeteria were the only surveillance cameras in the portion of the school where the shooters attacked. Upon viewing the only publicly available footage from the cafeteria, it's worth mentioning that the full duration of the tapes happened to be a total of 3 hours and 33 minutes. Authorities also investigated whether the bombs were placed during the after-prom party held the prior weekend. According to investigative journalist Alan Pendergast, some internet sleuths claim the bomb placement can be seen on the surveillance video as early as 10:58 a.m. 17 years after the attack on Columbine High School, amateur sleuths posted a video that calls into question, again, the official version of events and their sequence surrounding the most infamous school shooting in American history. The video features brief, grainy images that appear to show the killers placing bombs in the school cafeteria shortly before 11 in the morning on April 20th, 1999, an event that law enforcement officials have claimed wasn't captured on camera and occurred a full quarter-hour later. The discrepancy is significant for several reasons. The official timeline for the attack, though repeatedly challenged by some victims' families and contradicted by evidence found in 911 calls and dispatch traffic, has been relied on as gospel by numerous journalists, authors, and violence prevention experts seeking to extract the lessons of Columbine. Video analysis, if correct, indicates that basic assumptions behind many of those accounts and studies are wrong. It also suggests that the killer's propane bombs, concealed in large duffel bags, sat undetected under tables for much longer than previously believed, while the cafeteria filled with students grabbing lunch. Jefferson County Sheriff's Deputy Neil Gardner was assigned to the high school as a full-time school resource officer. Gardner usually ate lunch with students in the cafeteria, but on April 20th, he happened to be eating lunch in his patrol car at the northwest corner of the campus, watching students in the Smokers Pit in Clement Park, a meadow adjacent to the school. 2 backpacks filled with pipe bombs, aerosol canisters, and small propane bombs were also placed in a field about 3 miles south of Columbine High School and 2 miles south of the fire station. The bombs were intended as a diversion to draw firefighters and emergency personnel away from the school. Only the pipe bombs and one of the aerosol canisters detonated, causing a small fire, which was quickly extinguished by the fire department. It went off after first having been moved. Bomb technicians immediately examined the bombs and relayed to police at the school the possibility of devices with motion activators. Based on the bomb summary in the Columbine report, the cafeteria bombs failed to detonate. Had these explosives detonated as intended, they would have killed or severely wounded the 488 students in the cafeteria and damaged the school structure, collapsing the library into the cafeteria and possibly killing more students and staff. According to the shooters' respective journals and videotapes, it is believed by investigators that the pair intended to detonate their propane bombs in the cafeteria at the busiest lunch hour, killing hundreds of students. After this, they would shoot and stab survivors as well as lob bombs. Bombs set in their cars in the parking lot would also eventually detonate, killing more students, as well as any police officers, paramedics, firemen, or reporters who had arrived at the school. However, the bombs in the cafeteria and cars failed to detonate. Several official sources claim they planned to shoot the fleeing survivors from the parking lot, but when the bombs failed, they moved to the staircase on the hill at the west side. Other sources claim the top of the staircase where the massacre began was their preferred spot to wait for the bombs to go off all along. Beneath the trench coats, Harris wore a military-style bandolier and a white t-shirt with the inscription, "Natural Selection," in black letters, a mantra he had adopted that can also be found on his 1996 gray Honda Civic. Dylan Klebold wore a black t-shirt with "Wrath" in red letters. 17-year-old Rachel Scott and her friend Richard Castaldo were having lunch and sitting on the grass next to the west entrance of the school. Klebold threw a pipe bomb towards the parking lot. The bomb only partially detonated, causing it to give off smoke. Castaldo thought it was no more than a crude senior prank. Likewise, several students during the incident first thought that they were also watching a prank. By 11:19 a.m., Harris and Klebold approach the west staircase, and the shooting begins at the west entrance. Dylan and Eric walked from the cafeteria to the west side entrance, setting off pipe bombs and opened fire on students. 2 were left dead. The gunmen began firing in the parking lot, killing Rachel Scott with a bullet to the head. They allegedly returned to where Rachel Scott and Richard Castaldo lay on the ground injured. She had been hit 4 times with rounds fired from Harris's carbine. 1 shot was to the left temple. She died almost instantly, officially making Rachel Scott the first fatality in the Columbine Massacre. Castaldo was shot 8 times in the chest, arm, and abdomen by both Harris and Klebold. He fell unconscious to the ground and was left paralyzed below the chest. After firing twice, Klebold's Tech 9 jammed, and he was forced to temporarily cease shooting to fix the issue, which he did by reloading a new magazine into his weapon. Meanwhile, diagram 15 and 16 show Harris took off his trench coat and aimed his carbine down the west staircase in the direction of 3 students between 11:19 and 11:23 a.m. The students somehow presumed the weapons had been paintball guns. There has been much speculation surrounding the circumstances of the death of Columbine student Danny Rohrbaugh, who, according to the first initial timeline, was the next to be killed just outside the west entrance. Later, it would be officially corrected after significant controversy claiming that Daniel Rohrbaugh was one of 3 students who were about to walk up the west staircase directly below the shooters when Eric Harris fired 10 times, killing Rohrbaugh and injuring students Sean Graves and Lance Kirkland. Reports began to flood in as early as 11:15 a.m., with claims of at least 2 or 3 masked gunmen entering the school, which has roughly 2,000 students. Matthew Depew, son of one of the officers, happened to make the first 911 call from the kitchen, where he claims to have been hiding so close to the shooters that he could hear them reloading their guns. William David Sanders, a teacher and coach at the school, was in the cafeteria when he heard the gunfire and began warning students. Harris turned west and fired 7 shots in the direction of 5 students sitting on the grassy hillside adjacent to the steps and opposite the west entrance of the school. Michael Johnson was hit in the face, leg, and arm, but ran and escaped. Mark Taylor was shot in the chest, arms, and leg, and fell to the ground where he faked death. The other 3 escaped uninjured. Klebold fired down the stairs with his shotgun, injuring Nicholas Foss with a grazed wound, then walked down the steps toward the cafeteria. He approached Lance Kirkland, who was already wounded and lying on the ground, weakly calling for help. Klebold said, "Sure, I'll help you," and shot Kirkland in the jaw with his shotgun. Although near fatally injured, Kirkland would survive. Sean Graves, paralyzed beneath the waist, had crawled into the doorway of the cafeteria's west entrance and collapsed. He rubbed his blood on his face and proceeded to play dead. After shooting Kirkland, Klebold walked towards the cafeteria door. He then stepped over the injured Graves to enter the cafeteria. Graves recalls Klebold saying, "Sorry, dude." Klebold then only briefly enters the cafeteria and did not shoot at the several people still inside. Officials later speculated that Klebold went to check on the propane bombs. Harris was still on top of the stairs shooting, and severely wounded and partially paralyzed 17-year-old Anne-Marie Hochhalter as she attempted to flee. Klebold exited the cafeteria and went back upstairs to join Harris. They each shot at students standing close to a soccer field, but didn't hit anyone. They walked toward the west entrance, throwing pipe bombs in several directions, including onto the roof. Only a few of these pipe bombs actually detonated. The pipe bombs set off in the cafeteria injured some and caused a fire. Witnesses heard one of them allegedly say, "This is what we always wanted to do. This is awesome." Meanwhile, art teacher Patty Nielsen was inside the school. She had noticed the commotion and walked toward the west entrance with student Brian Anderson. Nielsen had intended to walk outside to tell the two students knock it off, thinking they were either filming a video or pulling a student prank. As Anderson opened the first set of double doors, the gunman shot out the windows, injuring him with flying glass. Nielsen was hit in the shoulder with shrapnel. Anderson and Nielsen ran back down the hall into the library, and Nielsen alerted the students inside to the danger, telling them to get under desks and keep silent. She dialed 911 and hid under the library's administrative counter. Anderson fell to the floor, bleeding from his injuries, then hid inside the magazine room adjacent to the library. At 11:22 a.m., a custodian called the assigned resource officer to Columbine High School, Deputy Neil Gardner, requesting assistance in the senior parking lot on the school radio. The only paved route took him around the school to the east and south on Pierce Street, where at 11:23 a.m., he heard on his police radio that a female student was down and assumed she had been struck by a car. While exiting his patrol car in the senior lot at 11:24 a.m., he heard another call on the school radio. "Neil, there's a shooter in the school." 11:24 a.m. Outside the school, Jefferson County Deputy Sheriff arrives and opens fire at Dylan and Eric, distracting them from an injured student. Harris, at the west entrance, immediately turned and fired 10 shots from his carbine at Deputy Gardner, who was 60 yards away. As Harris reloaded his carbine, Gardner leaned over the top of his car and fired 4 rounds at Harris from his service pistol. Harris ducked back behind the building, and Gardner momentarily believed that he had hit him. Harris then reemerged and fired at least 4 more rounds at Gardner, which missed and struck 2 parked cars, before retreating into the building. No one was hit during this exchange of gunfire. Gardner reported on his police radio, "Shots in the building. I need someone in the south lot with me." By this point, Harris had shot 47 times and Klebold only 5, according to the critical incident team. The shooters then entered the school through the west entrance, moving along the main north hallway, throwing pipe bombs and shooting at anyone they encountered. Klebold shot Stephanie Munson in the ankle, but she was able to walk out of the school. The pair then shot out the windows to the east entrance of the school. After proceeding through the hall several times and shooting toward and missing any students they saw, they went toward the west entrance and turned into the library hallway. According to the Columbine report, the first deputies on the scene, other than the school's resource officer, Deputy Neil Gardner, were 2 motorcycle patrolmen for the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office, Deputies Paul Smoker and Paul Megor, who were writing a traffic ticket north of the school when the female down call came in at 11:23 a.m. Taking the shortest route, they drove their motorcycles over grass between the athletic fields and headed toward the west entrance. When they saw Deputies Scott Taborski, Rick Cyril, and Kevin Walker following them in their patrol car, they abandoned their motorcycles for the safety of the car. The 6 deputies had begun to rescue 2 wounded students near the ball fields when another gunfight broke out at 11:26, as Harris returned to the double doors and again began shooting at Deputy Gardner, who returned fire. From the hilltop, Deputy Smoker fired 3 rounds from his pistol at Harris, who again retreated into the building. As before, no one was hit. Inside the school cafeteria, Dave Sanders and 2 custodians, John Curtis and Jay Galatine, initially told students to get under the tables, then evacuated students up the staircase leading to the 2nd floor of the school. The stairs were located around the corner from the library hallway and the main south hallway. Sanders then tried to secure as much of the school as he could. Sanders and another student were at the end of the hallway where he gestured for students in the library to stay before encountering Harris and Klebold, who were approaching from the corner of the north hallway. Sanders and the student turned and ran in the opposite direction. Harris and Klebold shot at them both, with Harris hitting Sanders twice in the back and neck, hitting his teeth on exit, but missing the student. The latter ran into a science classroom and warned everyone to hide. Klebold walked over towards Sanders, who had collapsed, and tossed a pipe bomb, then returned to Harris up the library hallway. Sanders struggled toward the science area, and teacher Rich Long took him into a classroom where 30 students were located. Due to his knowledge of first aid, student Aaron Hansey was brought to the classroom from another by teacher Kent Friesen, despite the unfolding commotion. With the assistance of fellow student Kevin Starkey and teacher Teresa Miller, Hansey administered first aid to Sanders for 3 hours, attempting to stem the blood loss using shirts from students in the room and showing him pictures from his wallet to keep him talking. Using a phone in the room, Miller and several students maintained contact with police outside the school. Coach Dave Sanders would inevitably bleed out inside the school due to lack of medical attention for over 3 hours. As the shooting unfolded, pipe bombs were tossed in the hallways and down into the cafeteria. In the library, Columbine teacher Patty Nielsen called 911, telling her story and urging students in the library to take cover beneath desks. According to transcripts, her call was received by a 911 operator at 11:25 a.m.
Jefferson County 911.
Yes, I am a teacher at Columbine High School. There is a student here with a gun. He has shot out a window. I believe one shot. I've been
Columbine High School.
I don't know what's in my shoulder. If it was just the last beat or what.
Okay, has anybody been injured, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And the school is in a panic. And I'm in the library. I've got students down under the table, kids. Heads under the table. Kids are screaming. Some of the teachers are, trying to take control of things. We need police here.
Okay, we're getting them there.
Police here.
Who is the student, ma'am?
I do not know who the student is.
Okay.
I saw a student outside. I was in hall duty. Oh, God. Okay. I was on hall duty. I saw a gun. I said, what's going on out there? And he said, oh, it's probably some video production. It's probably a joke. I said, well, I don't think that's a good idea. And I went walking outside. I think he was there to see what was going on. He turned the gun straight at us and shot. And my God, the window went out. And the kid standing there with me, I think he got hit.
Okay.
Something in my shoulder.
Okay. We've got help on the way, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, God.
Stay on the line with me.
Oh, God. Kids, just stay down.
Do we know where he's at?
I'm sorry?
Do we know where he's at?
Okay. I'm in the library. He's upstairs. He's right outside of here.
He's outside?
He's outside of this hall.
Outside of a hall or outside?
The hall.
Okay.
There are alarms and things going off now. Smoke. My God, smoke is like coming into this room.
Okay.
I've got the kids under the table here. I don't know what's happening in the rest of the building. There's also like smoke in the building. I don't know. I'm sure someone has to be calling 911 to say.
Yes, we've got a lot of people on. Okay. I just want you to stay in the line with me. We need to know what's going on.
Okay.
Okay.
I am on the floor.
Okay. And you've got the kids there.
Library, and I've got every student in this library on the floor. You better stay on the floor.
Is there any way you can lock the doors?
Smoke is coming in from out there, and I'm a little afraid. The gun is right outside the library door, okay? I don't think I'm going to go out there.
Okay, you're at Columbine High School?
I got 3 children.
Okay, we got it.
Okay? I'm not going to go to the door to shut the door, okay? I've got the kids on the floor. I got all the kids in the library on the floor.
We have paramedics, we have fire, and we have police en route, okay, sir?
Okay. Okay.
Yes.
I mean, I don't know. I can't believe he's not out of bullets. He just keeps shooting and shooting and shooting.
Okay. Yeah, we've got a police officer on scene.
I thought it was.
Okay, just try and keep the kids in the library calm.
Yeah.
Is there any way you can block the door so no one can get in?
I do not.
Okay.
I guess I can try to go, but he's right outside that door. I'm afraid to go to the door.
That's okay.
That's where he is. I'm not afraid to go there. Okay.
That's okay.
Okay, I told the kids to get on the floor. I told them to get under the table. All of the children are on the floor under the table. They're all under the tables.
Okay.
And
as long as we can just try and keep...
No one's saying a word.
Okay, as long as we can keep everyone there as calm as we can.
I hear some yelling out there going on right now.
Yeah, we've got alarms going off now as well.
Yeah, there's alarms. This room is filled with smoke.
Okay.
Okay.
Keep everyone low to the floor.
Yeah. Everyone's up. Okay, everyone stay on the floor. Stay on the floor. Stay under the table. I don't know.
Okay, I know.
I don't know. I didn't. I said, what is that kid got? He was outside at the time, and I was on call duty. Oh God. He's trying. He's like, woo woo woo.
I know.
Things are being shut off. I do not know who the student was. I don't even think I saw him. He was wearing black. He didn't look very large. Male student. He was out there shooting. It looked like he was pointing out and shooting. And somebody, I said, what is that? I said, what's going on out there? It's a wiretap gun. It's probably for video production. You know, they do these video productions. And the kids, I said, well, that's not, a play gun, a real gun. I was going out there to say no. And I went, oh my God, that was really close.
Okay. What's your name, ma'am?
My name is
Patty?
Patty. She's yelling everybody get up right now. Please go to the library. She's hearing everybody get up right now.
Okay.
Please don't hold on. I have him in the library shooting at students. The lady that I have in the library on the phone.
Okay, try and keep as many people down as you can. Okay. Do you know who he is? Okay.
At 11:29 a.m., Harris and Klebold entered the library. 52 students, 2 teachers, and 2 librarians were inside. Harris fired his shotgun twice at a desk. Student Evan Todd had been standing near a pillar when the shooters entered the library and had just taken cover behind a photocopier. Todd was hit by wood splinters in the eye and lower back, but was not seriously injured. He then hid behind the administrative counter. The gunman walked into the library towards the 2 rows of computers. Sitting at the north row was disabled student Kyle Velasquez. Klebold fired his shotgun, fatally hitting him in the head and back. They put down their ammunition-filled duffel bags at the south or lower row of computers and reloaded their weapons. They then walked between the computer rows toward the windows facing the outside staircase. Throughout the massacre in the library, they ordered everybody to get up, said how long they had been waiting for this, and seemed to be enjoying themselves, shouting in excitement after shooting. While ordering the jocks to stand up, one of the 2 said, "Anybody with a white hat or a sports emblem on it is dead." Wearing a white baseball cap at Columbine was a tradition among sports team members. Nobody stood up, and several students tried to hide their white hats. Windows were shot out in the direction of the recently arrived police. Officers returned fire, and the gunman retreated from the windows. No one was injured. Klebold removed his trench coat. He then fired his shotgun at a nearby table, injuring 3 students, Patrick Ireland, Daniel Steepleton, and Mackay Hall. Harris walked toward the lower row of computer desks with his shotgun and fired a single shot under the first desk while down on one knee. He hit 14-year-old Stephen Kernau with a mortal wound to the neck. He then moved to the adjacent computer desk, injuring 17-year-old Casey Rugsager with a shot which passed completely through her right shoulder, also grazing her neck and severing a major artery. When she started gasping in pain, Harris said, "Quit your bitchin'." Harris then walked to a table south of the lower computer table with 2 students underneath, Cassie Bernal and Emily Wyatt. Harris slapped the surface of the table twice as he knelt and said, "Peekaboo," before shooting Bernal once in the head with the shotgun, killing her. Harris at this point held the gun with one hand, and the weapon hit his face in recoil, injuring his nose. He told Klebold he had done so, and Klebold responded, "Why'd you do that?" After fatally shooting Bernal, Harris turned toward the next table, where Brie Pascal sat next to the table rather than under it. Harris's nose was bleeding. Witnesses later reported that he had blood around his mouth. Harris asked Pascal if she wanted to die, and she responded with a plea for her life. Harris laughed and responded, "Everyone's gonna die." When Klebold said, "Shoot her," Harris responded, "No, we're gonna blow up the school anyway." Klebold noticed Ireland trying to provide aid to Hall, who had suffered a wound to his knee. As Ireland tried to help Hall, his head rose above the table. Klebold shot him a second time, hitting him twice in the head and once in the foot. Ireland was knocked unconscious but survived. Klebold then walked toward another table, where he discovered 18-year-old Isaiah Scholes, 16-year-old Matthew Cater, and 16-year-old Craig Scott, Rachel's younger brother, hiding underneath. Klebold called out to Harris that he found a nigger and tried to pull Scholes out from under the table. Harris left Pascal and joined him. According to witnesses, they taunted Scholes for a few seconds, making derogatory racial comments. The gunmen both fired under the table. Harris shot Scholes once in the chest, killing him, and Klebold shot and killed Cater. Though Scholes was not shot in the head, Klebold said, "I didn't know black brains could fly that far." Meanwhile, Scott was uninjured, lying in the blood of his friends, feigning death. Harris then yelled, "Who's ready to die next?" He turned and threw a cricket at the table where Hall, Stapleton, and Ireland were. It landed on Stapleton's thigh. Hall quickly noticed it and tossed it behind them, and it exploded in midair. Harris walked toward the bookcases between the west and center section of tables in the library. He jumped on one and shook it, apparently attempting to topple it, then shot at the books which had fallen. Klebold walked to the east area of the library. Harris walked from the bookcase past the central area to meet Klebold. The latter shot at a display case next to the door, then turned and shot toward the closest table, hitting and injuring 17-year-old Mark Kintgen in the head and shoulder. He then turned toward the table to his left and fired, injuring 18-year-olds Lisa Kreutz, Lauren Townsend, and Valine Schnurr with the same shotgun blast. Klebold then moved toward the same table and fired several shots with the Tech-9, killing Townsend. At this point, the seriously injured Valine Schnurr began screaming, "Oh my God! Oh my God!" In response, Klebold asked Schnurr if she believed in the existence of God. When Schnurr replied she did, Klebold asked, "Why?" and commented, "God is gay." Klebold reloaded but walked away from the table. Harris approached another table where two girls were hiding. He bent down to look at them and dismissed them as pathetic. Harris then moved to another table where he fired twice, injuring 16-year-olds Nicole Nolan and John Tomlin. Tomlin moved out from under the table. Klebold shot him repeatedly, killing him. Harris then walked back over to the other side of the table where Townsend lay dead. Behind the table, 16-year-old Kelly Fleming had, like Brie Pascal, sat next to the table rather than beneath it due to a lack of space. Harris shot Fleming with a shotgun, hitting her in the back and killing her. He shot at the table behind Fleming, hitting Townsend, who was already dead, Kreutz again, and wounding 18-year-old Gianna Park. The shooters moved to the center of the library, where they reloaded their weapons at a table. Harris then pointed his carbine under a table, but the student he was aiming at moved out of the way. Harris turned his gun back on the student and told him to identify himself. It was John Savage, an acquaintance of Klebold's. He asked Klebold what they were doing, which he shrugged and answered, "I'll just killing people." Savage asked if they were going to kill him. Because of the background noise, Klebold said, "What?" Savage asked again whether they were going to kill him. Klebold said no and told him to run. Savage fled, escaping through the library's main entrance and through the cafeteria. After Savage left, Harris turned and fired his carbine at the table directly north of where he had been, hitting the ear and hand of 15-year-old Daniel Mauser. Mauser retaliated by either shoving a chair at Harris or grabbing at his leg. Harris fired again and hit Mauser in the center of the face at close range, killing him. Harris then moved south and fired 3 shots under another table, critically injuring 2 17-year-olds, Jennifer Doyle and Austin Eubanks. Klebold then shot once, fatally wounding 17-year-old Corey DePuter at 11:35. There were no further victims. They had killed 10 people in the library and wounded 12. Klebold was quoted as saying they might start knifing people, but they never did. They headed towards the library's main counter. Harris threw a Molotov cocktail toward the southwestern end of the library, but it failed to explode. They converged close to where Todd had moved after having been wounded. Klebold pulled the chair out from the desk. Then he pointed his Tech-9 at Todd, who was wearing a white hat. Klebold asked if he was a jock, and when Todd said no, Klebold responded, "Well, that's good. We don't like jocks." Klebold then demanded to see his face. Todd partly lifted his hat so his face would remain obscured. When Klebold asked Todd to give him one reason why he should not kill him, Todd said, "I don't want trouble." Klebold responded back angrily, "Trouble? You don't even know what fucking trouble is." Todd tried to correct himself. "That's not what I meant. I mean, I don't have a problem with you guys. I never will, and I never did." Klebold then told Harris he was going to let Todd live, but that Harris could kill him if he wanted. Harris appeared to pay no attention and stated that he and Klebold should head to the cafeteria. Klebold fired into an open library staff break room, hitting a small television. While Harris was walking away, Klebold said, "One more thing," then picked up the chair beside the library counter under which Patty Nielsen was hiding and slammed the chair down on top of the computer terminal and library counter. Klebold joined Harris at the library entrance. The two walked out of the library at 11:36. Cautiously, fearing the shooter's return, 10 injured and 29 uninjured survivors began to evacuate the library through the north emergency exit door, which led to the sidewalk next to the west entrance. Casey Rugsager was evacuated from the library by Craig Scott. Had she not been evacuated at this point, Rugsager would likely have bled to death from her injuries. Patrick Ireland, unconscious, and Lisa Kreutz, unable to move, remained in the building. Patty Nielsen crawled into the exterior break room into which Klebold had earlier fired shots and hid in a cupboard. After leaving the library, Harris and Klebold entered the science area, where they caused a fire in an empty storage closet. It was extinguished by a teacher who had hidden in an adjacent room. The gunmen then proceeded toward the south hallway, where they shot into an empty science room. At 11:44 a.m., they were captured on the school security cameras as they re-entered the cafeteria. The recording shows Harris crouching against the rail on the staircase and firing toward the propane bombs left in the cafeteria in an unsuccessful attempt to detonate them. As Klebold approached the propane bomb and examined it, Harris took a drink from one of the cups left behind. Klebold lit a Molotov cocktail and threw it at the propane bomb. About a minute later, the gallon of fuel attached to the bomb ignited, causing a fire that was extinguished by the fire sprinklers a few minutes later. They left the cafeteria at 11:46. After leaving the cafeteria, they returned to the main north and south hallways of the school and fired several shots into walls and ceilings as students and teachers hid in rooms. They walked through the south hallway into the main office before returning to the north hallway. At 11:56, they returned to the cafeteria and briefly entered the school kitchen. They returned up the staircase and into the south hallway at 12 p.m. They re-entered the library, which was empty of survivors except for the unconscious Ireland and the injured Kreutz. Once inside at 12:02 p.m., police were shot at, again through the library windows, and returned fire. Nobody was injured in the exchange. By 12:05, all gunfire from the school had ceased. By 12:08 p.m., both gunmen had allegedly killed themselves. Harris sat down with his back to a bookshelf and fired his shotgun through the roof of his mouth. Klebold went down on his knees and shot himself in the left temple with his Tech-9. An article by the Rocky Mountain News stated that Patty Nielsen overheard them shout, 1, 2, 3, in unison, just before a loud boom. In a strange turn of events, Nielsen would later claim that she had never even spoken with either of the writers of the article. In 2002, the National Enquirer published 2 post-mortem photos of Harris and Klebold in the library. Klebold's gun was underneath his body, and so unseen in the photo, leading to speculation that Harris shot Klebold before killing himself. However, some of Klebold's blood was on Harris's legs, suggesting that he had fallen onto Harris after Harris had already killed himself. Also, just before shooting himself, Klebold lit a Molotov cocktail on a nearby table underneath which Patrick Ireland was lying, which caused the tabletop to momentarily catch fire. Underneath the scorched film of material was a piece of Harris's brain matter, suggesting Harris had shot himself by this point. By 12 p.m. noon, SWAT teams were stationed outside the school, and ambulances started taking the wounded to local hospitals. A call for additional ammunition for police officers in case of a shootout came at 12:20. Authorities reported pipe bombs by 1 o'clock, and 2 SWAT teams entered the school at 1:09, moving from classroom to classroom, discovering hidden students and faculty. They entered at the end of the school opposite the library, hampered by old maps and unaware a new wing had recently even been added. They were also hampered by the sound of the fire alarms. They initially believed they were dealing with a hostage-taking situation. The first team of 5 people began a sweep of the upper level, stopping at the closed doors in the halls that separated them from the science rooms, choir room, and library, afraid of booby traps. About 20 students were freed. At this point, they were unsure whether the gunmen were alive and in the building. At around 1:30, an armored car was brought to the main school entrance for cover as dozens more students fled the building. Around 2 p.m., 3 youths wearing black clothes but not trench coats were apprehended by armed police in a field near the school. The trio were described as friends of the gunmen. They were questioned later and released. 2:30 p.m. local time, 2 SWAT teams entered the teacher's lounge next to the kitchen and began securing the lower level by freeing kids in the kitchen and bathrooms, searching them before the uninjured were released to parents' care at Leewood Elementary School. Casualties began arriving at 2 local hospitals. 5 people suffering from serious gunshot wounds were taken to the Swedish Medical Center in Denver. SWAT teams move on past the sign pasted in the window reading, "One bleeding to death," later found to be made by Deidre Kucera in an attempt to get help for the dying Coach Sanders and to assist Patrick Ireland. Ireland, shot twice in the head, pulled himself out a second-floor window and dangled there until the team pulled him to safety. Parents wandered about at the nearby Clement Park Hospital, trying to find their children while students stood shaking and crying. Police helicopters whirled overhead, and hundreds of police officers patrolled the school as confusion reigned. Steve Davis, a spokesman for Jefferson County Sheriff's Department, announced police were looking for 2 suspects, but said it was not clear where they were in the building. At around 4:30 p.m., police finally found 2 suspects shot dead in the library. Wounds were apparently self-inflicted, and their bodies were close enough to touch. One of the 2 was found laying on the pistol, both still covered in ammunition and explosives. They were surrounded by the other 10 students they killed. By 4 p.m., Sheriff John P. Stone made an initial estimate of 25 dead students and teachers, 50 wounded, and referred to the massacre as a suicide mission. President Bill Clinton later issued a statement. Stone said that police officers were searching the bodies of the gunmen. They feared they had used their pipe bombs to booby-trap corpses, including their own. At 4:30 p.m., the school was declared safe. At 5:30, additional officers were called in as more explosives were found in the parking lot and on the roof. By 6:15, officials had found a bomb in Klebold's car in the parking lot, set to detonate the gas tank. Stone then marked the entire school as a crime scene. The bomb squad disarmed the car bomb. Klebold's car was repaired and in 2006 put up for auction. A total of 188 rounds of ammunition were fired by the perpetrators during the massacre. Firing nearly twice as much as Klebold, Harris fired his carbine rifle a total of 96 times, 47 shots outside, 36 shots inside, and 13 shots in the library. Harris also discharged his shotgun 25 times, 21 times in the library, and 4 times inside the school. He did not fire his shotgun outside the school. Klebold fired the Tech-9 handgun 55 times, 3 shots outside, 31 shots inside, and 21 shots in the library. Klebold also fired 12 rounds from his double-barreled shotgun, twice outside, 4 times inside, and 6 times in the library. Law enforcement officers fired 141 rounds during exchanges of gunfire with the shooters. Based on the bomb summary report, in addition to the firearms, the complex and highly planned attack involved several improvised explosive devices. Harris and Klebold constructed a total of 99 bombs. These included 27 pipe bombs, 48 carbon dioxide cartridges filled with gunpowder called crickets, 7 Molotov cocktails, and 15 propane tanks converted to bombs, 5 of which were 20 pounds or more. 2 propane bombs were used in the cafeteria, 2 in the shooters' cars, and in another location intended as a diversion. For ignition, they used storm matches, cannon fuses, and model rocket igniters, as well as timing devices built from mechanical alarm clocks for the propane bombs. During the massacre, they carried match strikers taped to their forearms for easy ignition of the pipe bombs and CO2 bombs. According to author Dave Cullen's book, Harris also experimented with napalm and envisioned a kind of backpack and flamethrower. They both attempted to get another friend and co-worker, Chris Morris, who was part of the Trenchcoat Mafia, to keep the napalm at his house, but he refused. Harris also tried to recruit him to be a third shooter, but played it off as a joke when rebuked. Harris's website contained instructions on making pipe bombs and Molotovs and the extensive use of shrapnel. Harris's father once even discovered one of his pipe bombs leading up to the date of the shooting. Harris's journal officially logged the creation of 25 pipe bombs. Klebold scared his co-workers by once bringing a pipe bomb into work. They would give various nicknames to their pipe bombs. After the massacre, 2 pipe bombs had been left in Klebold's bedroom, one named Vengeance and another Atlanta, presumably after the Olympic Park bombing. They had in their possession 8 propane tanks, all converted into bombs. The weekend before the shooting, Harris and Klebold bought 2 propane tanks and other supplies from a hardware store. They bought 6 propane tanks on the morning of the attack. Harris was caught on a Texaco gas station security camera at 9:12 a.m., buying a Blue Rhino propane tank. Both cafeteria bombs included a single 20-pound tank, attached pipe bombs, and supporting gasoline canisters alongside. Both car bombs were made from 2 20-pound propane tanks. Pipe bombs and various containers filled with gasoline were spread throughout the vehicles. 8 pipe bombs were placed in Klebold's car, and 1 in Harris's. Harris and Klebold were both equipped with 2 knives each, but investigators have concluded that they were not used during the massacre. Harris had a boot knife on his belt and a Khyber Pass machete Bowie knife taped to the back of his ankle. Both had an R, referencing Harris's alias Reb, etched into the handle, and the machete had a swastika on the sheath. Klebold had a cobra knife mounted to his belt on the left side as well as a switchblade in his right pocket. Within an hour after the shooting began, television cameramen were already on the scene, relaying horrific images of the massacre worldwide. Almost instantly, the federal authorities seemed to integrate themselves into every level of the Columbine investigation. According to the FBI vault documents regarding the Columbine Massacre released to the public via FOIA, this internal FBI document was dated for the day of the massacre, April 20th, 1999. To date, the FBI's sole responsibility in this investigation is to assist Jefferson County, Colorado authorities as requested. This includes providing 2 evidence response teams, ERT, the Denver bomb technicians, the SWAT team, and a number of agents used for interviewing purposes. The FBI continues liaison with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and the U.S. Attorney's Office for Colorado. The Denver SWAT team assisted with the securing of a perimeter of the Columbine High School and evacuating students. Subsequently, the Denver ERT has been conducting crime scene investigations, including the crime scene investigation regarding the 2 fatalities outside of the school building, the area outside the school, and vehicles in the school parking lot. The Denver bomb technicians have been assisting EOD personnel in searching for numerous explosive devices at the school, in vehicles, and at residences. In a bizarre twist of events, during the massacre, there were significant communication challenges which highlighted issues in command and control systems. On the day of the shooting, a FEMA communications van was deployed to the area in order to assist local authorities. This van was allegedly part of the federal response to the crisis, providing essential communication support to coordinate efforts among various emergency response teams. It's also worth mentioning the unusual involvement of a U.S. Major General who was directly responsible for coordinating resources during the response to the Columbine incident. His presence highlights the significant military and federal support that was strategically mobilized during the crisis. The Major General's role included overseeing the coordination of resources and ensuring that local law enforcement and emergency services received the necessary support. The unprecedented involvement of both FEMA and military leadership on the ground at Columbine underscores the effective nature of this sinister strategy of tension. In an effort to properly dissect the anatomy of a school shooting, we first rely upon an article written by the late great author and investigative journalist Dave McGowan in May of 2000, just over a year removed from this tragic event. McGowan begins by explaining that on May 15, 2000, the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office released the official report on the shooting deaths of 15 people at Columbine High School in Littleton, Colorado. Not surprisingly, the report confirmed the version of events that has been reported ad nauseum for the last year by the U.S. press. The official story, for those who are just emerging from a coma or for some other reason inexplicably missed the saturation coverage of this event, goes something like this. 2 disaffected teenagers named Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold, acting alone with no assistance in the planning or execution of this crime, entered Columbine High on the morning of April 20th, 1999, armed to the teeth, and promptly began shooting up the place, leaving 12 fellow students and 1 teacher dead before turning their guns on themselves. As with all the big stories flogged by the American media, the various avenues of the U.S. press quickly fell in line behind the story, deftly avoiding any evidence that would tend to cast doubt on the official version of events. So while there has been some minor quibbling over insignificant details of the story, i.e., did the gunman target athletes, blacks, and/or Christians, few serious journalists have questioned the central thesis that the carnage at Columbine High that day was the work of Harris and Klebold acting alone. Yet strangely enough, the press representatives closest to the scene, both socially and geographically, have reported facts about the case that don't appear to fit into the official scenario. Both the Denver Post and the Denver Rocky Mountain News, the newspapers serving the greater Denver area of which Littleton is a part, have provided coverage which has been consistently ignored by the media in general. For the benefit of those living outside the Denver area, you will find a few facts about the tragedy at Columbine of which you may be unaware, and which tend to be at odds with the official report. Take, for example, the issue of how long the rampage lasted. One reporter on the scene wrote that the bloody rampage spanned for hours. By 3:45 p.m., shots still rang out inside the school, as more than 200 law enforcement officers and 4 SWAT teams tried to stop the gunmen and evacuate wounded high school students. Another quoted Jefferson County Sheriff John Stone, one of the first officials on the scene, as saying, "We had initial people there right away, but we couldn't get in. We were way outgunned." Echoing this sentiment was Terry Manwaring, commander of the Jefferson County SWAT team, who claimed, "I just knew the killers were armed and were better equipped than we were." The SWAT teams therefore made no effort to confront the killers. The official report meanwhile contends that the lunchtime rampage ended after 45 minutes, and that sometime after noon the killers stood near the library windows and turned their guns on themselves. Strange, then, that there would be shots ringing out some 3.5 hours later. Stranger still is the notion that 2 teenagers with limited firearms training and armed only with shotguns and 9mm handguns would be able to outgun a veritable army of law enforcement officers, many with advanced paramilitary training and weapons. And you would think that the fact that the 2 were already dead would at least have slowed them down a bit. Then there is the issue of the bombs strategically placed throughout the school prior to the shootings. Some of those involved in the investigation of the case were openly skeptical of the notion that the 2 boys could have transported and placed all the explosive devices that were found. Police said in an April report, the same month of the shooting, that the 20-pound bomb found inside the Columbine High School kitchen suggests the 2 teenage suspects were aided by others in their plot to blow up the school. Packed inside a duffel bag with a wired gasoline can and surrounded with nails and BBs for maximum killing power, the propane barbecue tank bomb points to a wider conspiracy, police said. Likewise, Jefferson County District Attorney Dave Thomas was quoted as saying, "It is obvious to me that they couldn't have carried them all in at the same time, plus the 4 weapons." And Sheriff Department spokesman Steve Davis added that, "From day one, We've always felt like there was a very good possibility that more people were involved. Ultimately recovered, according to the final report, were 95 homemade explosive devices, including 2 bombs fashioned from propane cylinders. Picture, if you will, 2 teenagers strolling unnoticed into a high school, each carrying 2 firearms, a propane tank bomb, and some 50 other explosive devices, as well as an abundant supply of ammunition. Picture them then proceeding to carefully place each of these 95 bombs throughout the school, still unnoticed and undisturbed by faculty or other students. Nothing unusual about that. Just an average day at an American high school. Yet the possibility is clearly there that there may have been more people involved. Many of the witnesses, at any rate, clearly think so. Jefferson County Sheriff John P. Stone raised the specter of a third Columbine high gunman, saying some students have named another suspect. There was quite possibly one other person shooting, Stone said. We do have witness statements. The statements came from students who were witnesses at the scene when this was going down, and they agreed on the third person's identity, he said. Stone also said investigators have since questioned him. In fact, one initial report from Littleton began, 3 young men in fatigues and black trench coats opened fire at a suburban Denver high school Tuesday, April 20th, and also noted that a third young man was led away from the school in handcuffs more than 4 hours after the attack, and student Chris Wisher said, "He's one of the ones who shot at us." This third suspect has oddly enough never been officially identified or even mentioned again by the press. In a televised interview, the mother of a student who had escaped the attack quoted her daughter as saying that she looked up and saw a gunman in a black trench coat with a very huge gun. He had dark brown hair, thick bushy eyebrows, and was very ugly, a description that clearly did not fit either Harris or Klebold. When asked if the gunman was a student, the mother replied that she didn't recognize him as a student. No, not as a student. Even more disturbing is a report that dozens of witnesses interviewed by police after the crime claimed that from 5 to 8 individuals participated in the shooting that left 15 people dead, including the killers, and more than 20 injured. 5 to 8 individuals? Dozens of witnesses? Something definitely seems to be a bit peculiar here. It is certainly understandable that some witnesses could have trouble recalling some of the details of the attack. In a situation of this nature, extreme levels of fear and confusion can cloud one's recollection. In the ensuing chaos, some witnesses could easily be confused about the number of shooters. Nevertheless, there is a considerable difference between 2 gunmen and 8 gunmen, the latter being pretty much a small army. Is it really possible for dozens of eyewitnesses to be mistaken about the additional 3 to 6 gunmen? This issue could possibly be cleared up by examining the autopsy reports of the various victims. Unfortunately, that isn't likely to happen. It seems that the autopsy reports on the Columbine High School victims will not be released to the public, a Jefferson County judge ruled. Chief District Judge Henry Nadeau rejected arguments by 18 news organizations. The coroner's office, district attorney, and the family of killer Dylan Klebold joined the 12 families in getting the documents permanently sealed. Another question that could be cleared up by the release of the autopsy reports is the alleged suicides of the 2 shooters, seeing as how Klebold was shot once in the left side of the head, apparently by one of 2 9mm weapons. The wound's location puzzles some investigators. They believe that if the right-handed Klebold had shot himself, the wound should have been on the other side. Very clever, those investigators. Clever enough, in fact, to come up with an explanation for this anomaly. Some authorities now believe, or claim to anyway, that Harris shot Klebold before shooting himself. It seems just as likely that a third party shot Klebold, and perhaps Harris as well. Before we move on, it's important to first provide a few additional reinforcing details regarding the possible identification of this mysterious third shooter. One perpetrator was reported to appear middle-aged, with a chiseled face. This individual was seen apparently calming Klebold down during the shooting, similar to a handler. Several witnesses identified a known friend of the shooters named Robert Perry, who was allegedly a member of the Trenchcoat Mafia. According to a book written by Columbine survivor Kristen Kruger given the title Healing the Invisible Wounds of Trauma, a Columbine survivor's story. In her own words, she explains, The truth is, I looked back and saw a third shooter, who I and many others identified to law enforcement. No matter how many times I and countless others detailed the name and descriptions of that third shooter, who wasn't even supposed to be at school that day, no one believed us. One of the most traumatic aftershocks of that day was the knowledge that law enforcement ignored the warnings, ignored the signs hanging in the windows, and that countless other students who survived know that at least one other person was out for our blood that day. He still roams free because the easy answer is that Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold were the only shooters. After all, they were dead, and the weapons used were found by their bodies. Only those of us that were there that day, and those who knew what was happening and who participated in the shootings or helped to orchestrate the massacre, know and speak out about this truth. The shooters were my friends. We were all the outcasts in that school, bullied because we didn't fit into the mold. I knew Eric and Dylan. I also knew the third shooter, which explains why I was able to clearly identify him to law enforcement. When it was all over, I realized that the person who I saw point a gun at us was not one of the two identified shooters. He wasn't even a student at Columbine anymore. He dropped out. He isn't even supposed to be here, yet here he was, trying to kill us all. Columbine survivor Jennifer Thompson commented on the misconduct of the police in pursuing a sanitized official narrative that absolved suspect Robert Perry. She claimed, when they displayed all the evidence, they put my written description of the third gunman on top of my drawing of his face so that you couldn't see the face. Also in my part of the report, you will see that when they told me I was one of their most credible witnesses of that day, they also tried very hard to convince me that I saw Eric with the sawed-off shotgun. And then they reported, at one point it seemed as though we questioned the credibility of the Jefferson County Sheriff's Department. Damn straight we did. You also left out how I saw a friend of theirs bring in a heavy duffel bag minutes before the shooting. The name is redacted, but it was Robert Perry. I was one of about 100 people who saw him too. They tried their damnedest to convince all of us that we didn't see that third guy. Harris and Klebold's schoolwork displayed themes of violence. In December 1997, Harris wrote a paper on school shootings titled Guns in School and a poem from the perspective of a bullet. Klebold wrote a short story about a man killing students, which worried his teacher so much that she alerted his parents. When Klebold was confronted about it, he said it was just a story. For one project, Harris wrote a paper on Nazi Germany, and Klebold wrote a paper on Charles Manson. In a psychology class, Harris wrote that he dreamed of going on a shooting spree with Klebold. Harris's journals describe several experimental bomb detonations. Eric Harris's online rants began as early as 1996 in the form of hate-filled journal entries broken up with bad jokes and dark lyrics from his favorite songs. In 1996, 15-year-old Eric Harris created a private website on America Online, initially to host video game levels known as WADs that he created for the first-person shooter games Doom, Doom 2, and Quake. On the site, Harris began a blog, which included details of what Harris referred to as rebel missions, and the blog posts were titled Mission Logs. As early as 1997, the blog post showed signs of Harris's anger towards society and the world at large. By the end of the year, the site contained instructions on how to make explosives. In August 1997, Harris wrote on the blog, "All I want to do is kill and injure as many of you as I can, especially a few people, like Brooks Brown." Brown was a friend and classmate of his. After Brown's parents viewed the site, they contacted the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office on August 7, 1997. An investigator drafted an affidavit requesting a search warrant for the Harris household, but it was conveniently never submitted to a judge. The Jefferson County Sheriff's Office faced significant criticism for the lackadaisical police response to the shooting, which led to subsequent changes in active shooter protocols. Leading up to the shooting, Eric and Dylan had repeated run-ins with law enforcement, even including an arrest for felony burglary in 1998, subsequently leading to their mutual participation in a juvenile diversion program which at the time was ran by District Attorney Dave Thomas. On January 30, 1998, Harris and Klebold were arrested for breaking into a white van parked near Littleton and stealing tools and computer equipment. In a joint court hearing, they pled guilty to felony theft, and the judge ultimately sentenced them to a 12-month juvenile diversion program. As a result, they both attended mandatory classes such as anger management and met with diversion officers. They were both released from the program a month early. September 30th, 2004, Westward News published an explosive article with the title, Columbine, 5 years after the shootings, Anatomy of a Cover-Up, revealing that it took 5 years, a state grand jury, and key evidence from a reluctant witness, but families who lost children in the attack on Columbine High School finally had their worst suspicions confirmed. Top Jefferson County leaders knew something awful about prior police investigations of killers Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold, and they'd known it since shortly after the 1999 shootings. The officials knew plenty, denied most of it, and hid as much as they could for as long as they could. Called by Colorado Attorney General Ken Salazar, the grand jury released a summary of its findings. Although the probe of missing police documents resulted in no indictments, it did raise questions about suspicious actions by the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office brass, including the shredding of a large pile of Columbine files. Most stunning of all, the report charged that a few days after the massacre, several high-ranking county officials met secretly and resolved to suppress key documents stemming from the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office earlier investigation of Harris to treat them as if they didn't exist. In short, to lie about them. It's amazing, says Brian Rohrbaugh, whose son Dan died on the steps of Columbine. While we were planning a funeral, these guys were already planning a cover-up. Several former and current county officials have disputed the grand jury report, including District Attorney Dave Thomas, who attended the private meeting but has disavowed any role in the subsequent cover-up. Thomas is now running for Congress, and the Colorado Democratic Party has bemoaned the fact that he's the target of a smear campaign by unholy, unnamed forces. Yet the trail of duplicity surrounding the Columbine files is far more extensive and disturbing than the report indicates. In their quest to protect their own hides and careers, a pack of Jefferson County bureaucrats misled victims' families and the public, trashed the state's public records law, and thumbed their noses at civil subpoenas and court orders. The conspiracy of silence held fast for 64 months until the threat of criminal prosecution finally cracked it. Why would so-called public servants do such a thing? The delicately worded grand jury report doesn't delve into such matters, but it's clear that the county had a major public relations and legal nightmare on its hands on April 20th, 1999. And that some officials were grappling with it even before the smoke and screams had dissipated at Columbine. 13 people were dead, another 24 wounded, all at the hands of Klebold and Harris, who'd been the subject of several complaints to local police over the previous 2 years. Some aspects of the pair's contacts with law enforcement, such as their 1998 arrest for burglary and participation in a juvenile diversion program run by the district attorney, were bound to come out soon. But the most embarrassing case was one that never led to a prosecution. The reports filed by Randy and Judy Brown against Harris, who'd boasted on his website about blowing up pipe bombs and had threatened to kill the Browns' oldest son, Brooks. Almost a year before the shootings, Jefferson County Sheriff's Office bomb investigator Mike Guerra looked into the matter, even drafting an affidavit for a warrant to search Harris's home. The warrant was never submitted to a judge, and the investigation was abandoned after Guerra was reportedly told by a supervisor, Lieutenant John Kikebush, that he didn't have enough evidence to proceed. Given the arsenal in his room, as well as writings dealing with the planned attack on Columbine that Harris was assembling a year before the shootings, it's possible that pursuing the search warrant could have averted the whole tragedy. Several Jefferson County Sheriff's Office officials were evidently briefed on Guerra's affidavit just hours after the shootings. Former Undersheriff John Dunaway told Salazar's investigators that he discussed the affidavit with District Attorney Dave Thomas as early as the day of the attack. He thought he had several discussions with Thomas about the matter over the next few days, in which Thomas assured him that Guerra never had probable cause for a warrant. At the same time, investigator Kate Batten used material from Guerra's investigation to help prepare the search warrants that were served on the Harris and Klebold homes after the attack. Sealed by court order, those warrants weren't made public for several more years. A few days after the shootings, according to the grand jury report, the upper echelon of the sheriff's office, including Sheriff John Stone, Dunaway, Bush, Public Information Officer Steve Davis, and the hapless Guerra, met quietly with Thomas, Assistant DA Kathy Sazek, County Attorney Frank Hutfless, and two of his assistants, William Tuttle and Lily Offler, and others. The meeting was held in an out-of-the-way Jefferson County open space office, and the principal item on the agenda was Guerra's affidavit. Reporters were already sniffing around the Brown complaint. The Jefferson County Sheriff's Office had first denied that any report was taken, and decided to release it, minus the subsequent investigative paperwork. By the end of the meeting, authorities had decided that they would not disclose the existence of the Guerra affidavit either. Thomas maintains that he was at the meeting simply to render an opinion on the probable cause issue. He insists he didn't know of the decision to suppress the document. But in the days that followed, the sheriff's office didn't just omit mention of the affidavit. Their people lied about what the Browns told them and the extent of their investigation of Harris, misleading the world press about it all. And Dave Thomas went along for the ride. At a press conference on April 30th, Steve Davis read a press release that purported to explain what deputies did in response to the Browns' complaints about Harris. A statement, drafted by Lieutenant Jeff Schrader, was the start of a long-running disinformation campaign targeting the Browns. It contained several statements that simply weren't true, some of them flatly contradicted by the information in Guerra's affidavit. But then, nobody was going to mention that damning piece of paper. Stung by the grand jury's criticism of his role, Schrader issued a response of the "I was only following orders" variety. Since county attorneys Hutfless and Thomas both thought Guerra's affidavit wouldn't stand up in court, Mr. Schrader gave due deference to the conclusions of these officials. Fielding questions from reporters, Bush reiterated some of the same falsehoods. No, the investigator hadn't been able to find any pipe bombs in the county that matched Harris's description of the ones he was building, but Guerra had found one. No, there was no record that the Browns had met with investigator John Hicks. The affidavit noted the meeting. No, the investigators hadn't been able to locate information about Harris on the internet. Guerra would later tell Salazar's people that a Jefferson County Sheriff's Office computer expert had been unable to access the website but did find Harris's AOL profile. The man who by some accounts had pulled the plug on Guerra's investigation was now assuring everyone there was no investigation worth mentioning. District Attorney Thomas stood at the podium with Bush and Davis and took it all in, then answered some questions himself. At no point did he contradict the torrent of mendacity flowing from the sheriff's office, which he knew to be mendacity, evidently having been consulted on the Guerra affidavit extensively at this point. Instead, Thomas added to the misinformation, stating that prior to the shooting, no one had connected the pipe bomb case to the two youths who were in his diversion program. This is one of the biggest remaining myths about Columbine. Actually, Hicks had mentioned the prior burglary case to the Browns. Guerra recalls finding the case in his own check of Harris's records, despite the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office claim that Harris cleared the computer check. And an investigator from Thomas's own office had found the burglary case in 1998 after being contacted by Judy Brown about the pipe bombs. Yet even though the kid making bombs and death threats was already on probation, nobody did anything about it. I think it's very difficult and painful to look back and ask a lot of questions about what could have prevented this, Thomas told the assembled press. But Thomas was hardly alone in his complicity. Over the next 2 years, Browns and news organizations filed numerous open records requests with the county attorney, trying to track down the missing pieces of the reports generated by the Browns' complaints about Harris. Tuttle and Offler invariably responded that the documents did not exist, that everything connected with the Browns' complaints had already been released. Lawyers preparing civil suits on behalf of victims' families got the same response. Actually, copies of many of the records in question had been provided to the county attorney shortly after the shootings in anticipation of future litigation, and then locked away. County Attorney Tuttle, who replaced Hutfliss in 2001, had no trouble locating his office's copies of the, quote, missing records when the Attorney General's investigators came calling. Browns also requested an internal investigation from the sheriff's office in an effort to clear up discrepancies in their record hunt and the rumors they were hearing of a botched search warrant. As the Browns recall it, the officer handling the probe seemed more interested in pumping them to find out where they'd heard that such a document existed. In a letter dated August 14, 2000, Under Sheriff Dunaway airily dismissed their complaint. There is no indication that anyone tampered with or withheld entry of information related to Eric Harris. Months earlier, Mike Bush had told Westward News that the records the Browns were after had either been routinely purged from the system or had never existed. But that was long before the files would have been purged under the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office record retention policy, and no one has ever been able to explain why the department would purge records that had some bearing on the largest criminal investigation in Colorado history. In any case, the purged files explanation was just another piece of misdirection. The grand jury learned that the sheriff's office had kept copies of the documents too, and had withheld them, even apparently from Stone's successors as sheriff, Russ, Cook, and Ted Mink, until Salazar's men examined them. The hide-and-seek game over Guerra's affidavit continued until the spring of 2001, when producers from 60 Minutes, armed with concrete proof that the affidavit existed, went to court to demand its release. Proof came, oddly enough, in a letter Dave Thomas had recently sent to the Browns after taking a leisurely 5 months to respond to their demands for a grand jury probe of the missing files. Thomas spilled the beans by acknowledging that a search warrant draft was started by Guerra. Braced by 60 Minutes about the letter, a befuddled Thomas said he was under the impression that the Guerra affidavit was old news. To the chagrin of the county's attorneys, Judge Brooks Jackson ordered the document to be released. The Jefferson County Sheriff's Office tried to save face with an Orwellian press release that declared, a few days after the Columbine shootings, the Sheriff's Office disclosed the existence of the so-called secret search warrant affidavit, when in fact what had happened was a conspiracy not to disclose it. But other documents remained hidden. It was part of a larger campaign of obfuscation and outright deceit that encompassed not only the prior investigation of Harris, but the police response to the attack. Timelines were distorted or destroyed, dispatch logs and other vital evidence deep-sixed. As long as the lawsuits against the county filed by victims' families were stopped dead in their tracks, what difference did it make how this was done? In an effort to dispel the suspicion that the county was hiding something, Thomas and Salazar agreed to co-chair the Columbine Records Review Task Force, an effort to see what remaining confidential documents from the investigation might be released. Unfortunately, several members of the task force, notably Thomas, Sazak, Offler, and Batten, were perceived as having a stake in not disclosing Columbine's remaining secrets. Offler and Batten soon resigned from the task force, while Thomas and Sazak soldiered on. But it wasn't the task force that uncovered the secret meeting and the lies that followed. The 1997 police report on Harris suddenly surfaced, prompting a mortified Sheriff Mink to ask Salazar to investigate. Over the course of 2 interviews, Guerra offered investigators somewhat contradictory accounts of what he'd done and who he'd shown his affidavit to. In a 3rd interview, he finally acknowledged the open space meeting and its purpose. It was kind of one of those cover-your-ass meetings, I guess, he said. Guerra said he was told not to discuss his affidavit with anyone outside the county attorney's office. His file disappeared from his desk for a few days, then reappeared. His affidavit was mysteriously deleted from his computer files, but he suspected that other people at the meeting kept their own copies. Stone, Dunaway, and Kikebush are no longer at the sheriff's office. All have emphatically denied any wrongdoing. Contrary to the recollections of Guerra and another officer, Kikebush told investigators He never saw Guerra's affidavit until after the shootings. Thomas and Offler didn't respond to requests for comment. The Browns say they're grateful that the grand jury released its report, but they're also frustrated with the narrow scope of the investigation. It's unbelievable that you can have this much evidence of a cover-up and yet no criminal charges, says Randy Brown. People who were in that meeting lied about my family and what they knew for 5 years. After Eric Harris threatened Brooks Brown on his website and the Browns reported it to the police in the Guerra report, Eric turned to keeping his violently angry thoughts in handwritten journals dating back to April 1998. He kept notes about the doom wad levels he was creating, but mostly what he wrote about was how much he hated the human race and the world. His writing explained that he and V, short for vodka, Bill and Klebold's internet handle and nickname, were different because they had self-awareness. He wrote, "I will sooner die than betray my own thoughts. Before I leave this worthless place, I will kill whoever I deem unfit." He documented that he wanted revenge against anyone who he thought had ever wronged him. At one point, he complains bitterly about being unable to steal from the van he and Dylan had broken into January 30th, 1998. Interestingly enough, in an essay he had to write as part of the juvenile diversion program he was sentenced to after getting busted for breaking into the van, he shows a completely different face. In it, he talks about the moral lessons he's learned and how sorry he is for what he's done. Right at the same time, he's writing heatedly in his personal journal about how he should have the right to steal from a van if someone's dumb enough to leave stuff in it worth stealing. On April 26, 1998, Eric writes about how he thinks society could be improved by boosting natural selection. He outlines plans for how he and V would do this, complete with a short weapons detail and tactics. It's a rough but violent fantasy, the foundation for future mayhem. In the archives at a Columbine site maintained by a nonprofit dedicated to preserving the truth about what really happened at Columbine High School, October 1998, Eric predicts that someone is bound to ask, "What were they thinking?" To which he answers, "I want to burn the world. I want to kill everyone except about 5 people. If we get busted any time, we start killing then and there. I ain't going out without a fight." Both Klebold and Harris made entries in their journals on topics related to sexuality. Klebold expressed shame for his sexual interests, which included bondage and foot fetishism, stating that, "My humanity has a foot fetish and bondage. I try to thwart it." Harris described his desire for raping and torturing women in his bedroom. Harris also expressed interest in cannibalism, stating that he would like to dismember a woman with whom he could have animalistic sex and eat her flesh. November 1998. Eric writes in detail about how he wants to have violent sex with a woman, quoting 9 Inch Nails' song Closer, a song about having rough animalistic sex. This heated entry dissolves into a gory description of how he would like to taste human flesh. The cannibalistic diary entry eventually wraps around to school, where Harris shifts his attention from a woman to a freshman, going on in vivid detail about the twisted, violent things he'd like to do. He goes on to write about picking up guns with the help of someone I won't name, who later turned out to be Robin Anderson, a close friend of Dylan's. He specifies weapons that were eventually used at Columbine, saying they've reached the point of no return, and this is what he wants to do with his life. There was only one journal entry for 1999. In it, Eric evaluated his and Dylan's preparations and munitions. He ended it with, "I hate you people for leaving me out of so many fun things." As with the videos he made, in his writings he excused his family of blame for what he was planning to do. "It's my fault, not my parents, not my brothers, not my friends, not my favorite bands, not computer games, not the media. It's mine." In another entry he wrote, "I'm full of hate, and I love it." Nearly a year before the massacre, Klebold wrote a message in Harris's 1998 yearbook, "Killing enemies, blowing up stuff, killing cops. My wrath for January's incident will be godlike, not to mention our revenge in the commons. The Commons was slang for the school cafeteria. In Klebold's 1998 yearbook, Harris wrote, "God, I can't wait till they die. I can taste the blood now. NBK." It's believed from other reference of NBK in both gunmen's writings that NBK stood for Natural Born Killers, a gory movie about a senseless killing spree. He went on, "You know what I hate? Mankind. Kill everything. Kill everything." He drew a gunman standing in a sea of dead bodies with a caption quoted from KMFDM's Dogma. "The only reason you're still alive is because someone has decided to let you live." He wrote in his own 98 yearbook as well, writing on the photographs of almost every student things like worthless, die, and beat. Further in, he simply put X's over the students he didn't like. Very few photos were unmarked. In his 1998 and 99 academic day planner were lists of things to buy and things left to do. On the page for Mother's Day, 1999, Harris quoted Shakespeare, "Good wombs hath borne bad sons." Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold were both enrolled in video production classes and strangely seemed to carry a camcorder with them wherever they went, making several videos featuring themselves and their friends, including the infamous video they titled "Hitmen for Hire." One video made by Eric Harris, Eric Vake, and others depicts a car chase, filmed mostly inside a moving car. They drive all around Columbine High's parking lot in clear view of the west side of the building, including the stairs where the shooters later staged their attack. The video ends with what looks like the physical detainment of the students from another car they chased to Clement Park near the school. They kept a total of 5 videotapes that were recorded with school video equipment. Only 2 of these, Hitmen for Hire and Rampart Range, and part of a third known as Radioactive Clothing, have been released. The remaining 3 tapes detailed their plans and reasons for the massacre, including the ways they hid their weapons and deceived their parents. Most were shot in the Harris family basement and are thus known as the basement tapes. 30 minutes before the attack, they made a final video saying goodbye and apologizing to their friends and families. In December 1999, before anyone besides investigators had seen them, Time magazine published an article on these tapes. The victims' family members threatened to sue Jefferson County. As a result, select victims' families and journalists were allowed to view them. 8 months after the massacre, Howard Pankratz, the legal affairs writer for the Denver Post, claimed the tapes were potential fodder for litigation. According to Denver area lawyers at the time, the chilling tapes left behind by the killers Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold are likely to play a critical role in legal actions spawned by the April 20th Columbine High School massacre. Because the tapes were made by 2 individuals who are now dead and cannot be cross-examined, their angry language used in the videos is known legally as hearsay. Court rules may prevent the tapes from being introduced in some of the litigation, particularly against the parents of Harris and Klebold. There are exceptions to the hearsay rule that may permit some or all of the tapes to be presented in court, particularly against mental health providers who may have treated the 2 juveniles and gun manufacturers whose weapons were used by the Columbine High killers, the lawyers added. Jack Beam, attorney for the parents of slain Columbine student Isaiah Scholes, who sued the killer's parents, say the tapes have provided him with a wealth of information not previously known. Beam said he was intrigued about 2 aspects of the tapes. One is where Eric Harris related that an employee of Green Mountain Guns called his home and his father answered the phone. The clerk told Wayne Harris that the ammunition clips were in, but his father said he hadn't ordered any. Eric Harris said that if either his father or the clerk had asked one question, the whole Columbine plot would have been fucked. Beam said that the second aspect is that Harris and Klebold, arrested for breaking into a van earlier and sent into a juvenile diversion program, were allowed to hang out together in the months before the Columbine shootings. Here, a kid who has committed a felony is hanging around with a co-felon, said Beam. Why did the parents allow one felon to hang out with the other? Denver lawyer Walter Garish, who represented Sean Graves, one of the injured Columbine students, said the tapes probably could be used as evidence against mental health providers or gun manufacturers to show the killer's state of mind in the weeks and months before the rampage. Garish said that the psychiatric history could be an especially important point. Harris was taking Lovix, a prescription drug for obsessive-compulsive disorder and depression. Such a prescription would indicate that Harris was under psychiatric care. If the psychiatrists were aware that Harris had dangerous and violent propensities toward specific individuals and felt that the threat was real but failed to report it to authorities, then the psychiatrists would be liable, said Garish. The tapes would be evidence of Harris's state of mind. In a lawsuit against manufacturers, the tapes could be used to show the fascination with weapons the two killers had, Garish added. Garish also said that lawyers for the Harris and Klebold families might try to introduce the tapes to show that their sons had successfully hidden their plotting from them and that they had no idea what their sons were up to. Denver lawyer Scott Robinson said that the tapes provided an increased basis of liability against the parents of the killers because prior to their release, there really wasn't anything to point to that the parents had done wrong. Here, he said, there are references to the ammunition clips from the gun store and one of the parents seeing the butt of a firearm protruding from a bag. Such incidents could serve as the basis of liability claims against the parents, said Robinson. Rick Castaldo, whose son Richard suffered multiple gunshot wounds that left him paralyzed from the chest down, said the statements by Harris and Klebold could be used in a potential civil suit. If they have that much tape in reference to how they outfoxed the sheriff's department or the school district, then that may lend some credibility to whether or not those organizations should have known those people were dangerous, Castaldo said. The basement tapes were ultimately withheld from the public, and in 2011, the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office destroyed them, for fear of inspiring future massacres. Transcripts of some of the dialogue in a short clip recorded surreptitiously by a victim's father still exist, the transcripts being online via various sources. The pair claimed they were going to make copies of the tapes to send to news stations, but never did so. When an economics class had Harris make an ad for a business, he and Klebold made a video called Hitmen for Hire on December 8, 1998, which was released in February 2004. In the video, Eric and Dylan played the parts of hitmen for hire who would exact revenge on school bullies. It depicts them as part of the Trenchcoat Mafia, a clique in the school who wore black trench coats and opposed jocks, extorting money for protecting preps from bullies. Klebold and Harris themselves were apparently not a part of the Trenchcoat Mafia, but were friends with some of its members. They wore black trench coats on the day of the massacre, and the Hitmen for Hire videos seemed a kind of dress rehearsal, showing them walking the halls of Columbine High School and shooting bullies outside with fake guns. Columbine Jr. Eric Vake played the bullied teen who hired Klebold and Harris. Junior Michael Vendagnia played the part of the bully.
You know, we can't have any weapons on school grounds, get suspended, expelled, you know, all that stuff. But off school grounds, we can use our computers, get his address, kind of find out his schedule a little bit, and take care of him sometime. Any time in particular, you want this guy taken care of?
As soon as possible.
Okay. And any weapon, you want this guy to be a particular weapon you want us to use?
I want to see him blown up.
Blown up. Well, I don't know about that. That's often pretty messy. And, you get guns all over the place, and sometimes you have to clean it up because janitors get mad. I think we'll just use my AEB-10 machine pistol on them, probably. Maybe the rocket launcher.
Hey, that's the job.
Yeah, it'll do the job.
I don't like it. I really don't. It makes me mad. Ooh!
For a cost.
I'll pay anything.
Alright. $20 a day in school. You know we can't have weapons on school grounds.
That's fine. I'll get him off the property.
Alright, we'll protect you on school then. Take away any bullies that are picking on you, whatever. And off school grounds, we can relocate this person. That'd be $1,000.
Thank you so much.
Piece of punk ass shit! Do not mess with that friggin' kid. If you do, I'll rip off your head and so far up your friggin' ass, you'll be coughing up dandruff for 4 friggin' months.
I don't care what you say. If you ever touch him again, I will freaking kill you. I'm gonna pull out a shotgun and blow your damn head off. Do you understand, you little worthless piece of crap?
So, you want this guy taken care of?
Yeah, I want him part of my life.
Alright, that's cool.
Hey, can I use that computer? Thank you guys so much. You saved my life.
You know what? It's kind of getting annoying.
Yeah, it is. You should kill him.
I think she died.
Alright.
Eric Fake had the basement tapes and the tape that had Hitmen for Hire on it in his possession when the shooting started. The videotapes were in his backpack, which he left at his desk when the fire alarm went off because he allegedly thought it was a drill. When he spoke with investigators about the videos, he asked them to keep them out of the hands of the media because he didn't want them to be an influence on the way the world saw Harris and Klebold. On October 21, 2003, a video was released showing the pair doing target practice on March 6, 1999 in nearby foothills known as Rampart Range, with the very weapons they would use in the massacre. Before the massacre, Harris left a micro-cassette labeled Nixon on the kitchen table. On it, Harris said, "It is less than 9 hours now," placing the recording at some time around 2:30 a.m. He went on to say, "People will die because of me, and it will be a day that will be remembered forever." Dave McGowan further elaborates on the extraordinary details surrounding the Columbine tapes, ending his investigative report by what he describes as moving on to what is perhaps the most bizarre aspect of the case. We come now to the infamous videotape. You know, the one that was made in 1997, 2 years before the actual assault, and which depicts gun-toting, trench-coat-wearing students moving through Columbine's halls and ends with a special effects explosion of the school. The one that was co-produced by the son of the FBI's lead agent in the investigation. There's certainly nothing unusual about that. It's actually standard FBI procedure to have your son shoot a training film for a high school slaughter a couple of years beforehand. It's also standard procedure to have your other son on hand, eyewitness the crime, which is why Dwayne Fuselier's youngest son, Brian, was in the school cafeteria at the time and managed to escape after seeing one of the bombs explode. May 13, 1999, the Denver Post published an article with the title, "FBI Agent Downplays Son's Film." According to the article, an FBI agent investigating the Columbine High School shooting, whose son helped produce a video parody in which the school is destroyed, says the film is a comedy and not a depiction of gratuitous violence. Special Agent Dwayne Fuselier also said the participation of his son Scott in the video, which was made more than 2 years before the April 20th massacre, does not compromise his ability to investigate the case. It should also be noted that another student who helped in the production of the film was Brooks Brown. For those not fortunate enough to be home on the day of the shooting watching the live cable coverage, Brooks Brown was the student enthusiastically granting interviews to anyone who would stick a microphone in his face. He claimed to have encountered Harris and Klebold as they were approaching the school and have been warned away by the pair from entering the campus that day. According to his story, he heeded the warning and was therefore not present during the shooting spree. Additionally, friend Chris Morris and Corey Friesen also gave media interviews regarding their personal interactions with Eric and Dylan leading up to the shooting.
One of the Columbine students who knew both suspects well is Brooks Brown. In fact, he encountered Eric Harris just before the shooting began, and Harris told Brooks, "Brooks, I like you. Get out of here." Brown was puzzled, and then he heard the shots and realized his longtime childhood friend, Dylan, could also be involved. I talked to Brooks late today at his family home, not too far from the school.
I'd known him for so long. He wasn't that violent of a person ever.
Did you ever hear him talk about hating the jocks or hating black people? Or
everyone at our school talks about hating one group or another, but he always did it jokingly.
What about these reports that they were picking out black people to deliberately shoot them?
No, they weren't racist. They hated everybody. As sick and demented as that may be, they didn't mean anything by it.
What do you think happened to your friend Dylan?
He's a follower. He just got taken into Eric because Eric helped him get attention. Dylan and Eric were never liked by anyone.
And Dylan's parents are going through a terrible time.
Yeah, I've just been watching a lot of the news shows, and I know that they've been putting them off as kind of like these horrible parents, what did they do to make their kid turn out like this? And they didn't do anything. I mean, they were nice people. I mean, I've known Dylan since I was 5.
Dylan went to the prom on Saturday night.
Yeah.
Nothing unusual happened?
No, they had a great time. My friend went with them. My friend doubled with Dylan and his date, and they had a great time. There's nothing. You could not have seen this coming a million years away.
Are you going to be okay?
Probably not. I know I'm not going to be able to go back to Columbine, ever. 2 of my really good friends shot and killed people there. And I have another couple of friends that are on the missing list. I have a number of friends who are in hospitals right now in surgery. I'm never going to be able to go back there.
In today's Columbine report, the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office concludes, quote, Harris and Klebold seem to have lived 2 lives. Their friends and family described them as normal teenage boys. Others described them as outcasts, but they left behind evidence of a much darker and sinister side. This darker side was an aspect they apparently shared only with each other. Not exactly so, as we learned from 2 of Harris and Klebold's close friends who talked exclusively with ABC News.
When I look back at it now, there's quite a few things I could have picked up and said, if I had put them all together, I probably could have figured out they're going to do something. I mean, the fact that they liked explosives, the fact that they liked guns, the fact that they had a lot of hatred towards people in the school.
Chris Morris probably spent as much time with the 2 killers, Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold, as anyone else in that last year of their lives.
It's so hard to even think about everything that's happened, because these were 2 people I thought I knew that I actually seem to know nothing about, and it's hard for me to understand, even.
Now Chris sees everything in that final year differently, starting with a visit the year before the shooting to this seasonal fireworks stand. Chris, Eric, Dylan, and another friend, Corey Friesen, who graduated from Columbine 2 years earlier, helped close down the stand. In return for their work, they got fireworks.
It was a lot of fireworks. I think Eric and Dylan took about 8, maybe 10 of those boxes, and so they had a large amount of fireworks.
And when we got as many as we did, they were like just ecstatic that we'd walked out of there with so many like huge boxes just full of fireworks.
Later that summer, Eric and Dylan began taking trips to the mountains. They began extracting the gunpowder from the fireworks to make pipe bombs.
I had heard Eric and Dylan talking about them taking one of them up to the mountains and blowing it up. And they said that they had left a crater in the ground that was around 4 feet deep and around like 8 feet wide almost.
Eric, Dylan, and Chris were working at this blackjack pizza shop. One day, Dylan came to work boasting.
Well, Dylan brought in what I believe to be a pipe bomb. And it was about, I believe it was about this long. It was more than a foot, I think. And it was about this thick around. It was very, very large. It had a fuse that laced down the side of it. And me and the owner told him to get it the hell out of the store. We wanted nothing to do with that. That was the only time I had actually seen one of the pipe bombs.
As their senior year began, Eric and Dylan complained more about the jocks and the culture at Columbine. Corey remembers Eric threatening to blow up the school.
You could just see it in his eyes. He'd just get a cold glare in his eyes and say, one of these days, I swear I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. And it's like, come on, lighten up a little bit.
I think Dylan on one occasion did say, wouldn't it be kind of fun to sit on the soccer field and shoot at the school? And, like, shooting out on the windows would be kind of fun. And, you know, everybody at the table there, you know, they kind of laughed a little. We thought he was all joking.
Chris and Corey say they know these statements sound horrible in the aftermath of the killings, but at the time, they didn't think of telling their parents, let alone the police. To them, it was just Eric and Dylan's twisted humor.
Here you are, my good friend Dylan, almost halfway to school. What's up?
How is it that their parents did not know? Chris says the little Eric and Dylan revealed to their friends they expertly hid from their parents.
Ready to torpedoes, mister.
I mean, Eric must have done a very good job of hiding his things, though, because his parents did search his room occasionally.
In fact, Chris and Corey say Eric told them his father did find a pipe bomb.
And Eric's like, yeah, did you hear? My dad found a pipe bomb. I'm like, oh, man, that's gotta suck. I was like, you know, I figured, you know, he was gonna be in, like, some really big trouble.
All his punishment was to go up to the mountains with his dad and blow it up.
But to this day, the Harrises have not commented on any of the events related to Columbine. Several months prior to the shooting, there was something more Eric couldn't hide: his ever-changing moods.
I would say he actually did change over the year before the Columbine incident.
When he'd hit some mood swings, he'd really get, you know, just that intense glare in his eyes.
Apparently, his parents noticed too, and he was prescribed an antidepressant.
And towards the end, I had been told that he actually stopped taking his medication. And sometimes it was almost frightening to see 1 minute how he was a very nice, happy, normal guy, and the next minute he was very, very angry, almost sinister at times.
But only a week before the incident, nothing seemed to be bothering the two. In fact, Chris says, Dylan was very excited about going to college, and Eric also had plans.
I remember Eric talking about the future. I remember Eric talking about he wanted to go to school, and he wanted to get some degrees in computers, and he wanted to work on computers and make games for a living.
On April 20th, 1999, the day of the killings at Columbine, Chris finished his classes early and headed to Corey's house.
Good evening, everyone. The reaction of so many people today was, oh no, not again. Another high school, Columbine High in Littleton, Colorado.
Eyewitnesses say the two gunmen wearing black trench coats and black masks came in shooting and began working their way through the school.
Me and Corey both started to get very angry because they said the people in the school doing it were wearing trench coats. And at that point in time, the only people who still wore trench coats in that school were Eric and Dylan. Everybody else stopped wearing them. And right away, I just had a feeling that it was them.
They just started coming in the library and opening fire and shooting off bombs.
Chris says he desperately tried to reach the police to offer his help. He thought if he could talk to Eric and Dylan, maybe he could stop them. But instead, the police picked him up and treated him like a suspect.
They put me in handcuffs, put me in the back of a car, took me down to the park where they had everything set up, and they did a gunpowder test on me and some other tests on my skin to make sure that I didn't have any powders or residues on me.
Were you in the building?
Several law enforcement agencies questioned him throughout the next few weeks. Among the many questions, why wasn't he at school at the time of the shooting?
The police found it very interesting that I had skipped my 4th-hour class that day. They thought it was a very large deal, but if they had looked at my attendance record, they would have seen, oh wait, he skipped this class for the last month.
The police weren't the only ones suspicious. Chris says he was discouraged from returning to school, kicked out of his home by his mother, and fired from his job.
I blame Eric and Dylan. I blame them for what happened. Nobody else is at fault for what happened but them. And I truthfully wish they had been caught. I wish they hadn't have killed themselves. I wish they had been caught. And I wish that they had been able to go to jail for the rest of their lives for what they did.
They were just two troubled kids who just couldn't find any other way to, you know, deal with everything that was going on.
And the question which haunts a broken community torments the killer's closest friend.
Why they did it? I wish I knew the answer to the question of why they did it. I still to this day wonder why they did it. And I'll never get that answer.
In their final home video made the day they launched their massacre at Columbine High, Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold speak directly to Chris Morris and another close friend. Quote, "If you survive, you can have our computers. That's it. Sorry. Goodbye." I'll be back in a moment.
Let's try to put these additional pieces of the puzzle together. First, we have the son of the lead investigator, who was obviously a member of the so-called Trenchcoat Mafia, involved in the filming of a pre-enactment of the crime. Then we have a second son of the lead investigator being at ground zero of the rampage. And finally, we have a close associate of both the Fusilier brothers and of Harris and Klebold and a co-filmmaker being in the company of the shooters immediately before they entered the school, this by his own admission. And yet, strangely enough, none of them were connected in any way to the commission of this crime, according to the official reports. Not even Brooks Brown, who should have, if nothing else, noticed that the pair had some unusually large bulges under their trench coats on this particular day. At the very least, one would think that there might just be a little bit of a conflict of interest for the FBI's lead investigator. This does not appear to be the case, however, as FBI spokesman Gary Gomez said, "There was absolutely no discussion of reassigning Fusilier. There is no conflict of interest," Gomez said. And as no less an authority than Attorney General Janet Reno has stated, it has been a textbook case of how to conduct an investigation, of how to do it the right way. So there you have it. There was no conspiracy. There were no accomplices. It was, as always, the work of a lone gunman. Okay, 2 lone gunmen in this case. But if there were a wider conspiracy, you may wonder, what would motivate such an act? What reason could there be for sacrificing 14 young lives? Many right-wingers would have you believe that such acts are orchestrated, or at the very least rather cynically exploited, as a pretext for passing further gun control legislation. The government wants to scare the people into giving up their right to bear arms, or so the thinking goes, and there is reason to believe that this could well be a goal. It is not, however, the only or even the primary goal, but rather a secondary one at best. The true goal is to further traumatize and brutalize the American people. This has in fact been a primary goal of the state for quite some time, dating back at least to the assassination of President John F. Kennedy on that fateful day in Dallas. The strategy is now, as it was then, to inflict blunt force trauma on all of American society, and by doing so, destroy any remaining sense of community and instill in the people deep feelings of fear and distrust, of hopelessness and despair, of isolation and powerlessness. And the results have been, it should be stated, rather spectacular. With each school shooting and each act of domestic terrorism, the social fabric of the country is ripped further asunder. The social contracts that bound us together as a people with common goals, common dreams, and common aspirations have been shattered. We have been reduced to a nation of frightened and disempowered individuals, each existing in our own little sphere of isolation and fear. And at the same time, we have been desensitized to ever-rising levels of violence in society. This is true of both interpersonal violence as well as violence by the state in the form of judicial executions, spiraling levels of police violence, and the increased militarization of foreign policy and of America's borders. We have become, in the words of the late George Orwell, society in which the prevailing mental condition is controlled insanity. And under these conditions, it becomes increasingly difficult for the American people to fight back against the supreme injustice of 21st century Western society, which is, of course, precisely the point. For a fractured and disillusioned people unable to find common cause do not represent a threat to the rapidly encroaching system of global fascism, and a population blinded by fear will ultimately turn to Big Brother to protect them from non-existent and/or wholly manufactured threats. As General MacArthur stated back in 1957, our government has kept us in a perpetual state of fear, with the cry of grave national emergency. Always there has been some terrible evil at home or some monstrous foreign power that was going to gobble us up if we did not blindly rally behind it. Perhaps this is all just groundless conspiracy theorizing. The possibility does exist that the carnage at Columbine High School unfolded exactly as the official report tells us that it did. And even if that proves not to be the case, there really is no need to worry. It is all just a grand illusion, a choreographed reality. Only the death and suffering are real. On May 6, 2000, the Los Angeles Times reported that a Columbine High student had been found hanged. His death was ruled a suicide, though friends were mystified, saying there were no signs of turmoil in the teenager's life. One friend noted that he had talked to him the night before, and it didn't seem like anything was wrong. The young man had been a witness to the shooting death of teacher Dave Sanders. His was the fourth violent death surrounding Columbine High in just over a year since the shooting, bringing the body count to 19. Very little information was released concerning this death, the coroner noting only that some things should remain confidential to the family. Just 10 months after the shooting, 2 fellow Columbine students were shot to death in a sandwich shop just 2 blocks south of Columbine High School. The shootings, which lacked any clear motive, have yet to be explained. As I probed deeper into these unsolved murders, I quickly discovered that Stephanie Hart Grizzle and Nick Kunzelman were murdered at a Subway shop in Littleton, Colorado on Valentine's Day, February 14, 2000. According to a local Denver ABC News affiliate, the 2 teenagers were students at Columbine High School, where less than a year earlier, 12 of their classmates and a teacher had been killed in a mass shooting. The high school sweethearts weathered the aftermath together, family members said, and were a happy young couple. The night of February 14th, Stephanie Hart Grizzle drove to a Subway on Coal Mine Avenue to wait for her boyfriend Nick Kunzelman, who was finishing his shift at the sandwich shop. Nick was working a closing shift, and Stephanie came to give him a ride home. Nick had only been working at the shop for a month at the time of his death. Another employee drove by the shop around 1:30 a.m., noticed the lights on inside, and discovered their bodies. The windows were first reported to have been shot out, but video evidence from news clips shows no signs of bullet holes. The media reported this incident as a robbery, but no money was taken from the register, and the security cameras just happened to be turned off. It's important to mention the fact that deceased Columbine victim Rachel Scott, who was apparently the first student killed at the school, previously worked at that Subway location, and part of the Scott family, Beth Nemo, shared a backyard with Stephanie Hart Grizzle and her mother, Kelly Grizzle. Stephanie had once baked a purple iced cake in the shape of a bucket hat for Rachel Scott. An 18-year-old girl by the name of Courtney Scott, Stephanie's cousin, was reported to have discovered the bodies. Courtney attended the makeshift memorial in the parking lot of the sandwich shop. It's unclear if Stephanie Hart Grizzle is related to Rachel Scott's family, or if she just happens to have the same last name. Over 2 decades later, their murders remain unsolved. Few credible leads surfaced in the case. Investigators initially released a description of the suspect, a white male, 16 to 20 years old, about 5'7" and 150 to 170 pounds with blondish hair. Those details resulted in tips from across the country, and several confessions after the murders gained national attention. The tips fizzled out, and the confessions were allegedly false. Most interestingly, suspicions arose that a drug ring was operating out of the Subway shop. Investigators conducted interviews in more than 50 drug cases. No new evidence turned up. In yet another incident, the mother of a student who was shot and survived walked into a pawn shop in October, asked to see a gun, loaded it, and shot herself to death. Unexplained was why the shopkeeper would have supplied her with the ammunition for the gun. Perhaps she brought her own, though if she had access to ammunition, chances are that she would also have had access to a gun. Such are the mysteries surrounding the still rising death toll in Littleton, Colorado. Several significant inconsistencies began to develop in terms of the official narrative taking shape by the prevailing authorities. Taped statements of Arapahoe County Sheriff's Deputy Jim Taylor were made public by the father of a teenager killed during the massacre, suggesting a police cover-up in the death of his son. Based on an article published in the Midland Reporter-Telegram January 1, 2002, probe sought in Columbine deaths. The parents of 4 students slain at Columbine High School called for a federal investigation of whether a police officer accidentally shot one victim, and authorities tried to conceal it. Brian Rohrbaugh claims his son Daniel was shot by Denver Police Sergeant Dan O'Shea, not the two student gunmen who killed the other 12 victims of the 1999 school shooting. Rohrbaugh said in a court motion that Arapahoe County Deputy Jim Taylor witnessed it. Arapahoe County Sheriff Pat Sullivan and Taylor have denied he saw the shooting, and authorities deny any cover-up. Rohrbaugh's claim is being investigated independently by El Paso County Sheriff John Anderson at the request of Jefferson County officials. The parents of the 4 victims who held a news conference said they had not yet made a formal request for a federal investigation. Rohrbaugh, Sue Patron, and the parents of Lauren Townsend, Kelly Fleming, and Matthew Cater said Taylor's recent denial that he witnessed the shooting, coupled with testimony by a school administrator who said O'Shea told her he might have shot a student, suggests a cover-up by authorities. In a deposition filed in federal court, Administrator Celine Marquez even claimed that O'Shea told her 2 days after the massacre that he thought he may have killed a student. 2 days later, January 3, 2002, ABC News published a follow-up report with the headline, "Tape Suggests Alternate Columbine Scenario." The father of a teen killed during the massacre at Columbine High School is going public with a tape he claims suggests a police cover-up in the death of his son. Arapahoe County Sheriff Patrick J. Sullivan, Jr., whose department was one of several that responded to the April 20, 1999 shootings at the high school in Littleton and Jefferson County, denied knowing of any cover-up. "I firmly believe there is no cover-up in the Columbine investigation," Sullivan said. "I am deeply troubled by the comments of Jim Taylor that could have misled the Rohrbaughs, and we're investigating the contents of the tape and Taylor's role at Columbine." The official version of events found that Daniel Rohrbaugh died after being shot by one of the 2 student gunmen. Ballistic reports were inconclusive. On the tape, the speaker, who Daniel's father, Brian Rohrbaugh, claims is Jim Taylor, said he saw Daniel Rohrbaugh drop on a sidewalk while fleeing the shooting spree inside the school, and you could hear glass breaking, and you could see kids running everywhere. "And that's when I see the boy coming down the sidewalk, and I see him just fall down." On another part of the tape, the speaker said he learned from a newspaper photograph the following day that the boy he saw fall was Rohrbaugh. However, in a 4-page statement to police, Taylor said, "During my assignment, I didn't hear or see any gunfire or see Daniel Rohrbaugh get shot." Brian Rohrbaugh has said he believes his son was shot accidentally by a Denver police officer, not by Eric Harris or Dylan Klebold, the 2 student gunmen blamed for the 1999 shooting spree. January 8, 2002, Rocky Mountain News reported that Sheriff's Deputy Jim Taylor admitted to the Columbine tape. Arapahoe County Sheriff Pat Sullivan said he has heard the 8 short sections of the tape that were played last week for reporters after Deputy Jim Taylor issued a written statement denying that he'd seen any of the victims wounded in the school tragedy. "It is Taylor's voice, and he has admitted that it is him on those pieces," Sullivan explained. Sullivan was then asked how the tape recording matched Taylor's written statement, which was given December 31st. "It doesn't," Sullivan said. However, Sullivan also said he believes Taylor was somehow telling the truth when he denied seeing anyone get shot. The December 31st statement, "Solid," Sullivan said. "It is the truth," he said. "What's on the tape isn't." If Taylor did see Rohrbaugh get shot, it would call into question the official timeline of events issued by the Jefferson County Sheriff's Department, which has determined that Rohrbaugh was killed by Dylan Klebold and Eric Harris in the first minutes of the rampage before any law enforcement officers arrived. 2 days later, on January 10, 2002, Sheriff's Deputy Jim Taylor, who gave conflicting accounts of the shooting death of a student, was fired, but only for apparently violating the department's policy against lying. According to the Los Angeles Times, Deputy Jim Taylor told the parents of Daniel Rohrbaugh that he saw the 15-year-old fall to the ground while fleeing the school, apparently shot dead. That contradicted another statement Taylor made to his superiors, in which he said he didn't see the shooting. Arapahoe County Sheriff Pat Sullivan said that Taylor's actions violated department policy against lying. Sullivan also said transcripts of police radio transmissions prove Taylor was not in a position to see any of the shootings in front of the school. "It's all very sad, the whole thing," said Barry Arrington, attorney for Rohrbaugh's parents. "I wish Deputy Taylor hadn't lied. I am absolutely persuaded he told Brian Rohrbaugh and Sue Patrone the truth. If someone could give me a motive why a man would pack up his wife and kids and drive over to tell people heartbreaking news, I'd listen. There are too many facts that Deputy Taylor knew and discussed for him to have been so far away that he couldn't see anything, as the sheriff says. According to a diagram of the ballistics from the school's emergency exit into the library, it is highly possible that SWAT units had inadvertently or otherwise shot and injured or killed students under the desks. Helicopter footage has surfaced of Jefferson County Police firing blindly into the library around 12:15 p.m. without having seen the shooters. This footage seems to be around 7 minutes after the official shooters were already dead. Before we prioritize the personal backgrounds and individual histories of our two perpetrators, we should first discuss the extreme influence of the military-industrial complex on the city of Littleton itself, potentially providing a geographical asset as a kind of Defense Department hub for covert domestic intelligence operations. In other words, an entire town that glows like the sun, strategically oversaturated with compromised spooks, from the coroner to the police chief to the investigating officers. The Associated Press published an article one day after the shooting, April 21st, suggesting that's because Littleton is any town USA. It is a quintessential suburb of 35,000 where rolling farmland in the shadow of the Continental Divide is rapidly yielding to suburban sprawl and soccer fields. A Republican stronghold, it was the site where Clinton opened the summit of the Eight in 1997 with a campaign-style stop at the National Digital Television Center, a research arm of the telecommunications industry. Littleton's primary employer is defense contractor Lockheed Martin. In the late 1950s, the Pentagon ordered construction of the nation's intercontinental missile factory in a secluded canyon here. At the factory, owned by Lockheed Martin, more than 10,000 employees now build unmanned rockets and satellites for telecommunications and space exploration, as well as classified military projects, which effectively indicates that Littleton, Colorado, was essentially a company town of Lockheed Martin. These projects were almost certainly under the purview of the National Reconnaissance Office. It's also important to mention that Lockheed Martin has a major role in managing the Oak Ridge National Laboratory. Another indication of possible foreknowledge by federal authorities comes from a professor at Denver University by the name of Carl Raschke, who specializes in teenage cults and claims that federal agents were on high alert for some kind of attack on Monday, April 19th, but failed to act on the internet warnings about the following day, even though it was Hitler's birthday and a favorite date for neo-Nazis to commit acts of defiant violence. Notable because the shooting reportedly was originally planned for April 19th, but got pushed back by a day. In the book Comprehending Columbine, published by Temple University Press, author Ralph Larkin dedicated Chapter 6 to the personal backgrounds of both Eric and Dylan. According to the book, relatively little is known about Eric's background, especially prior to his living in Columbine. He was born in Wichita, Kansas on April 9, 1981, to Wayne and Kathy Harris. His brother Kevin was 3 years older than Eric. Their father, Wayne, spent the majority of his adult life as a pilot of the United States Air Force transport planes. Throughout his career, he was stationed at 8 different bases in Kansas, Ohio, Michigan, and New York State. Before he was allegedly forced into retirement due to cutbacks in the military budget, he was stationed at Plattsburgh Air Force Base in upstate New York. In 1993, after Wayne served 20 years in the military, the family moved into southern Jefferson County, where he obtained a job with Flight Safety Services Corporation in nearby Inglewood. Kathy was employed part-time as a caterer. The move to Columbine was a return home. Wayne had grown up in Inglewood, which is just a few miles north of Columbine, and had graduated from Inglewood High School. Kathy was also a local girl. She was raised in southeast Denver, where her father, retired military officer, owned and operated a hardware store. Media inquiries into the background of the Harris family, and Eric in particular, uncovered no indications of pathology. The Harrises were characterized as good neighbors, reserved but friendly, and their children seemed to be perfectly normal. When her children were young, Kathy was a stay-at-home mom, tending to the needs of her family. The family was described by acquaintances as an ideal, loving family. According to one media source, former military friends described Eric as smart and cute. One of Eric's former friends from Plattsburgh said in USA Today in the wake of the shootings, "My mouth just dropped," former classmate Kyle Ross said. "He was a typical kid. He didn't seem anything like what is portrayed on TV." As mentioned before, the mother of Eric Harris, Catherine Ann Poole, grew up in Denver. Her father, Richard Poole, was in the U.S. Army during World War II and earned a Philippine Liberation Ribbon with 2 Bronze Stars. From 1972 to 1976, he was in the Air Force Reserve. The Scripps Howard News Service published a report Tuesday, April 27, 1999, exposing Wayne Harris as a decorated Air Force officer. His job often required the Harris family to relocate across the country. Wayne Harris was considered highly intelligent with exceptional leadership capabilities and was trusted by the United States Air Force with some of its most highly classified projects, including the B-1 bomber and its newest electronic warfare aircraft used over Kosovo. Dylan Klebold's mother, Sue Klebold, even claimed she was told that military documents on brainwashing techniques, otherwise known as mind control manuals, had been discovered in the Harris family home. At one point, Sue and Tom Klebold were both convinced that Dylan had either been a reluctant participant or accidentally became entangled in something bigger than he understood at the time. As recent as 2016, she told The Guardian, "We'd heard a rumor that military training materials on brainwashing techniques had been found in Eric Harris's home, which had refueled our belief that Dylan had been another victim of the tragedy. It was plausible. Eric's father did have a military background." Additionally, reputable author and investigative journalist John Quinn claimed he has 2 reliable sources within Plattsburgh Air Force Base, where the Harris family once was located, who state that around the age of 10, Harris was drafted into behavioral modification programs underway there. According to an article published in the Burlington Free Press Friday, April 23, 1999, with the headline, "Plattsburgh recalls a typical kid." Eric Harris lived on the U.S. Air Force Base in Plattsburgh, New York, near the Canadian border between 1993 and 1996, where his father, Major Wayne Harris, was a skilled pilot. In 1993, at age 12, Eric Harris even played on Plattsburgh Little League Sun Foods team. Plattsburgh Air Force Base is a former Strategic Air Command base, covering 3,447 acres in the extreme northeast corner of New York, located on the western shore of Lake Champlain, opposite Burlington, Vermont, in the town of Plattsburgh, New York. The base closed on September 25, 1995, pursuant to the Defense Base Realignment and Closure Act of 1990 and the recommendations of the Defense Base Realignment and Closure Commission. It is now a civilian airport and industrial complex operated by the Plattsburgh Air Base Development Authority. Plattsburgh Air Force Base had a significant underground facility, often referred to as a mole hole, which was originally designed to house crews on alert duty for intercontinental ballistic missile operations during the Cold War. This facility included multiple levels and was part of the base's strategic defense infrastructure. According to investigative journalist John Quinn, beneath the Plattsburgh base is a vast 18-level deep subterranean facility. Eric Harris, whose father has been linked to covert Air Force intelligence projects going back nearly 20 years, lived with his family at the Air Force Base for over 4 years right before moving to Littleton. It has been confirmed that the Plattsburgh base has long been a location for severe, scientifically very advanced mind consciousness manipulation technologies and projects from multiple sources, including victims and those who were in the employ of project operators. Some reports even linked the base in the 1960s to the very face of the CIA's Montreal experiments, Dr. Ewan Cameron, the sinister mind behind the infamous psychic driving technique and president of the American Psychiatric Association, the Canadian Psychiatric Association, and the World Psychiatric Association. First-hand accounts indicate that this legacy continued at Plattsburgh throughout the 1970s and beyond to present times, with electromagnetic radio frequency and drug-based mind control activities, even tied to some of the experimentation at Montauk. Plattsburgh base officially closed in 1994. However, credible testimony from many different sources provide clear proof that the base has remained quite active years after its official closure. Local residents and other first-hand eyewitnesses report that the base, though somewhat deserted, is currently in some level of operation even on the surface, and electromagnetic radio frequency signal detection equipment verified that top-secret operations are currently ongoing in the documented 18-level underground complex beneath the base. Aside from mind control-related operations, signal detection equipment proves the Plattsburgh base is also a site of particle accelerator beam research and experimentation. All legitimate funding for any activity at the base completely ended in early 1995. After this date, any and all activities taking place on base would be by their very definition covert, totally classified, restricted access operations of whatever sort. Operations which clearly depend upon illegitimate, unofficial, clandestine funding for their very existence. Author John Quinn claims that Wayne Harris and his family remained on base at Plattsburgh for some time after it was officially shuttered. He also claimed to rely on a whistleblower scientist as a source who was directly involved in a number of inhuman experiments and to some degree developed a conscience regarding his participation. This anonymous source claimed to personally have been involved in one major aspect of the programming and training activities which Eric Harris himself was subjected to at Plattsburgh. Eric was apparently one of scores of children injected with mind-altering drugs and chemicals on a regular and extensive basis. His physiological and psychological responses to these various chemicals were continually monitored and tabulated until the perfect combination of substances was found which synergized most effectively with the other mind control technologies and programming Harris was subjected to. According to the source, Harris and many others were victimized by a particularly satanic offshoot of the MKUltra Montauk operations centered at Plattsburgh Air Force Base, which in fact heavily utilized satanic and cultic ritualism, symbolism, and satanic psychosexual abuse in molding such products as Eric Harris. Extremely racist, neo-Nazi indoctrination was part of this particular brand of programming. These Montauk boys are known to make a large percentage of the goth trenchcoat mafia skinhead subculture, especially in the Denver area and the closely linked Dallas-Fort Worth East Texas region, as well as around Montauk, upstate New York, and also Atlanta. According to author John Quinn, Harris's group were in fact chemical Manchurians. Harris and others were primarily but not only subjected to drug-chemical mind alteration manipulation. Also utilized extensively were hypnotic trance induction and electromagnetic radio frequency systems. A Newshawk representative working with John Quinn conducted a thorough investigation in Plattsburgh and located an individual who had been friendly with Eric Harris just before his family moved to Littleton. Harris had allegedly confided to this boy that he couldn't wait to leave Plattsburgh. He said he hated the place because of the constant bizarre experimentation he was subjected to there. Eric's father, Wayne Harris, was more of a technical expert in the officer corps than one of its swaggering fighter pilots. But whenever the Air Force was looking to develop new planes, it called upon Wayne Harris. Records provided by the National Personnel Records Center said Harris was 24 when he entered the Air Force in Denver as an enlisted man in 1973. Only 3.5 months later, after finishing work on a bachelor's degree, he was given his officer's commission and sent into pilot's training. Harris flew refueling tankers out of Fairchild, Washington, and Wichita, Kansas, but quickly climbed the Air Force ladder to instructor and check pilot positions. 9 years into his career, he became a research and test pilot in programs to develop and modify Air Force planes. In 1985, he was tagged to work at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Ohio on the EC-18, the Air Force's latest electronic warfare plane. Wayne Harris was also placed in charge of the Technical Orders section during development of weapons systems for the B-1 bomber. The Air Force awarded Harris its Meritorious Service Medal for his work on the two planes. Harris then moved to the Strategic Air Command in 1989, where he piloted tankers out of Wurtsmith, Michigan, and became a flight instructor and trainer. He retired in 1996 and moved to Littleton. Harris took a job with Flight Safety Services Corporation, which has contracts with the Defense Department for several programs that include computer-driven electronic flight simulations. In a strange twist of fate, the family of John Benet Ramsey lived only an hour's drive from Littleton in Boulder, Colorado, where her father, John Bennett Ramsey, was employed as the president of Access Graphics, a computer software company that later became a subsidiary of Lockheed Martin. We are intended to believe that it's only an extraordinary coincidence both John Ramsey and Wayne Harris, whose children were brutally killed in a major media scandal, both also happened to work for essentially the same pilot training flight simulation software division for Lockheed Martin. Flight Safety Services Corporation, where Wayne Harris was employed, is said to work closely with Lockheed Martin and DARPA in offering pilot training and flight simulation software. The New York Times reported in 1989 that Flight Safety acquired United Airlines Services Corporation's subsidiary, which provides training and base support to the military. The acquisition, which analysts say cost less than $30 million, included a long-term contract to train crews for the C-5, the Air Force's largest transport. In November 1989, the new Flight Safety Division won a $17 million addition to the contract. By 1996, Berkshire Hathaway, the holding company controlled by Warren Buffett, agreed to acquire Flight Safety International Incorporated for about $1.5 billion in cash and stock. As the story goes, Abdulaziz Alamari was listed by the FBI as one of the 19 9/11 hijackers with a stolen identity who was apparently trained by a subsidiary of Flight Safety Services. Interestingly, an investigation was conducted by Tridata Corporation, a subsidiary of System Planning Corporations, which developed technology for remotely controlling planes and had conveniently named the Bush administration's Pentagon comptroller and longtime Zionist DoD insider Dov Zakheim as corporate vice president at the time. There's one last notable connection at the crossroads of 9/11 and Columbine. If you can believe it, in Eric Harris's journal, he personally seemed to fantasize about possibly escaping after the attack by hijacking an aircraft with Dylan and crashing it into a building in New York City. All of this evidence inevitably begs the question, could it be possible that Eric was privy to his father's clandestine involvement? Or was there some suggestible and sinister place carved out in the recesses of Eric's fractured subconscious mind, covertly planting layers of portentous predictive programming? Another distinct possibility is that the federal authorities and psychological warfare operatives took it upon themselves to manufacture their own self-serving journal entries, essentially authoring fan fiction for the FBI to strategically utilize in order to reinforce the official narrative. Interestingly enough, Dylan Klebold happened to be born on September 11, 1981, in Lakewood, Colorado, to Thomas and Sue Klebold. Neighbors of the Klebolds described them as nice people, picture-perfect family. According to reports, Klebold was exceptionally bright as a young child, although he appeared somewhat sheltered in elementary school. Dylan attended Normandy Elementary School for first and second grade, and then transferred to Governor's Ranch Elementary School, where he was part of the CHIPS program, or Challenging High Intellectual Potential Students for Gifted Children. The program apparently only lasted through 6th grade, and he reportedly struggled whenever transitioning to Ken Carroll Middle School, finding it difficult to reintegrate back into the general student body. His parents told investigators he was somewhat sheltered at Governor's Ranch Elementary and believed his transition to Ken Carroll Middle School was a little difficult for him because he was so quiet and shy. While attending Ken Carroll Middle School, Dylan would meet Eric Harris in the 7th or 8th grade, quickly becoming close friends and spending significant time together. The CHIPS program was primarily for late grade school and middle school ages. Dylan was described by other students in the program as a real nice guy, a little bit dorky. There's very little information publicly available regarding the CHIPS program, and it seems after receiving negative media attention following the Columbine Massacre, they either changed its name or discontinued the program altogether. Columbine student Brooks Brown, like Dylan, was smart enough to qualify for the program. They attended it together. He claims in his book, No Easy Answers, The Truth Behind Death at Columbine, that CHIPS was made up of two types of students: the ones who genuinely earned a place there due to their test scores, and those who managed to get a spot thanks to the fact that their parents knew people who could pull strings. According to Brooks, Dylan almost lost his spot in the program because the people making the choices decided that there weren't enough girls who passed the test. The Klebold's protested and Dylan's spot was secured. CHIPS was supposed to be a place where smart students could excel, where they could take advantage of their intellectual prowess to get a leg up on life. Instead, it was a Shark Tank, where students were locked in a state of one-upsmanship that included sabotage of other students' projects. It was an environment where teachers looked the other way when students picked on each other. The program was housed at Governor's Ranch Elementary, where non-accelerated classes took place as well. Students in the CHIPS program found it difficult to mesh with other kids there, as the other students regarded them as a group of intellectual snobs. For Brooks, the hateful environment in CHIPS soured him on school in general. He quit the program, the only student in his class who did, and attended John Schaefer Elementary instead, a school recommended to his parents by Dylan's parents because their oldest son Byron attended and they were all quite happy with the result. Brooks was glad to get out of the CHIPS environment, but his enthusiasm for school never rebounded. Dylan stayed with the program. Brooks theorized Dylan knew it meant a lot to his parents that he was in the program, and so he didn't want to let them down by dropping out. At the family home, the Klebolds also observed some rituals in keeping with Klebold's maternal great-grandfather's Jewish heritage, despite the fact Dylan's parents were pacifists and attended a Lutheran church with their children. Both Dylan and his older brother attended confirmation classes in accordance with the Lutheran tradition. Dylan's father, Tom Klebold, was a geophysicist. Sue Klebold developed an interest in working with people with mental disabilities and worked at a psychiatric hospital as a therapeutic arts teacher. Sue was from a prominent Jewish community in Columbus, Ohio, and the granddaughter of the late philanthropist and construction magnate Leo Yasinoff, who built the local Jewish community center in Columbus that bears his name. By 1995, Dylan Klebold and Eric Harris would move up as freshmen at Columbine High School. Some described Harris as charismatic, and others described him as nice and likable. Eric would often brag about his ability to deceive others, once stating in a tape that he could make anyone believe anything. By his junior year, Harris was also known to be quick to anger and even threatened people with bombs. Klebold was described by his peers and adults as painfully shy. Dylan often was fidgety whenever someone new talked to him, rarely opening up to people. Klebold was also exceptionally nervous in front of the opposite sex. In the final year of his life, many noted a similar change in his behavior. Unlike before, Klebold became short-tempered, often prone to sudden outbursts of anger. The journals and personal diaries left behind by the two shooters read like the textbook manifestation of unrepentant evil incarnate, embodying pure malevolence without remorse or the desire for redemption. Pages of Dylan Klebold's journal can be interpreted as if he was potentially in a dissociative psychological state of mind while composing the text. For example, page 5 was written on May 7, 1997. Klebold titled the entry, "It's My Thoughts Shit." He begins by saying, "Yo, what's up? Know what's weird? Everyone knows everyone. I swear like I'm an outcast, and everyone is conspiring against me. Check it. This isn't good, but I need to write, so here." within the known limits of time, within the conceived boundaries of space. The average human thinks these are the settings of existence. Yet the ponderer, the outcast, the believer, helps out the human. Think not of 2 dimensions, says the ponderer, but of 3. As your world is conceived of 3 dimensions, so is mine. While you explore the immediate physical boundaries of your body, you see in your 3 dimensions, L, W, and H. Yet I, who is more mentally open to anything, see my 3 dimensions, my realm of thought, time, space, and thought. Thought is the most powerful thing that exists. Anything conceivable can be produced. Anything and everything is possible, even in your physical world. After this so-called lecture, the common man feels confused, empty, and unaware. Yet those are the best emotions of a ponderer. The real difference is, a true ponderer will explore these emotions and what caused them. Another, a dream. Miles and miles of never-ending grass, like a wheat, a farm, sunshine, happy feeling in the presence, absolutely nothing wrong. Nothing ever is. Contrary 180 degrees to normal life. No awareness, just pure bliss, unexplainable bliss. The only challenges are no challenge, and then, sketch of a wall. Bam! Realization sets in. The world is the greatest punishment. Life. Hypnosis place. It is a sky with one large cloud and sort of a cloud-made chair. The sun is at the head of the chair. 10 o'clock up into the sky. Below I sometimes see mist and the green, great green earth, sorta a city. Yet I hear nothing. I relax on this chair, actually like a chase, and I am talking. But what? I don't know. It's just there. I have the feeling that I know him, even though I consciously don't, and we talk like we are the same person, like he's my soul. Sketch of a thought box. The everlasting contrast. Dark, light, God, Lucifer, heaven, hell, good, bad. Yes, the everlasting contrast. Since existence has known, the fight between good and evil has continued. Obviously, this fight can never end. Good things turn bad, bad things become good. People on the earth see it as a battle they can win. Ha! Fucking morons. People looked at history. They would see what happens. I think too much. I understand. I am God compared to some of these unexistable, brainless zombies. Yet the actions of them interest me, like a kid with a new toy. Another contrast, more of a paradox actually, like the advanced go for the undeveloped realm, while some of the morons become everything dwellers. But exceptions to every rule, and this is a big exception. Most morons never change. They never decide to live in the everything frame of mind. In the months leading up to the shooting, both Harris and Klebold worked together as cooks at a local blackjack pizza only a mile south of Columbine High School. Harris was eventually promoted to shift leader. Robert Kurgis was the owner of the Blackjack Pizza, located at 6657 West Ottawa Place in Littleton, Colorado. He owned it from December 1st, 1995 to March 8th, 1999, when he sold it to Chris Lau for $15,000. He hired Charles Chuck Phillips first. 6 months later, he hired Chuck's friend Chris Morris. Chuck and Chris were allegedly both part of the Trenchcoat Mafia. In 1997, Chris introduced him to Dylan Klebold and Eric Harris, whom Kurgis called Reb. 6 months after Chris was hired, Eric started working there making pizzas. Dylan hired on about a year later. Kurgis also hired Zach Heckler, who, quote, drove like crap. Zach quit working there roughly 2 months after being hired. Other employees Kurgis hired who knew each other well were Nate Dykeman and Brian Sargent, who was another Trenchcoat Mafia member. Kurgis told investigators that Harris, Morris, and Klebold all loved fireworks. He also knew the boys liked to go to Cheyenne, Wyoming to purchase fireworks that were illegal in Colorado. This is backed up by information Eric posted in his online missions. July 4th, 1998. Eric, Dylan, and Chris put on a great fireworks display at the store. Owner Robert Kurgis took his daughter Brianna Kurgis there to watch. There were other times when Morris, Harris, and Klebold went up on the roof to set off fireworks. Kurgis admitted he sometimes went up there with them to watch. He also saw the teens set off dry ice bombs on the roof of the pizza place. Nikki Liston, a former store manager, told investigators she also knew about the dry ice bombs. Kurgis told investigators that he worked with the teens, but didn't have much to do with them outside of work. Notably, the former owner of the store, Randy Pearson, set off a dry ice bomb in the store bathroom. At the time Kurgis was interviewed by investigators, May 3, 1999, Pearson owned the Blackjack Pizza at 5500 South Sims, where Billy Dow was working. Billy Dow later told Kurgis that Phil Duran had got the machine gun for Dylan and Eric. Kurgis described Klebold and Harris as being tied at the hip. They and Morris frequently came by Blackjack during school lunch hour, arriving around 11:05 to 11:10 a.m. to have free pizza and salads and smoke by the rear door. Klebold wore a trench coat almost non-stop, while the others only wore a trench coat now and then. Kurgis said he heard Morris, Klebold, and Harris talk about doom, but never about guns. He also heard them talk about the internet. When describing them to investigators, Kurgis said that Chris seemed a little mean to him. He was more emotional than the other two and would say exactly what he thought. He got the impression that Morris's dad was a doctor and was hard on Chris, and that Chris was one of the smartest kids he'd ever met. He didn't think Chris was a leader. Could be if he wanted to be. Kurgis said he thought that Chris was trying to break off ties between himself and the Trenchcoat Mafia, but if he had a problem, it was over sooner. With Harris, he seemed to hold a grudge for you. All three told Kurgis that they had been harassed at school by jocks because they were nerds. There was one time around April 1997 when Eric came by the shop carrying his usual black brief-type bag. He went to the rear storage employee changing area and took out a pipe bomb. It was metallic in color, metal pipe with end caps, about a foot in length. Kurgis knew the item was illegal, so he made Eric take it out of the store. Initially, he was going to send Eric home, but Kurgis needed him to work that night. So Harris stowed the pipe bomb in his car and came back. When investigators asked Kurgis why he didn't call the police, he said he didn't want any trouble. He then told them he really wasn't sure why, but hindsight being 20/20, I would now. Kurgis also recalled that around May 1998, Klebold, Morris, and Harris were set to fight a group of people near the intersection of West Coal Mine and South Pierce Street, behind the shops. When the three teens walked there from Blackjack Pizza donning their trench coats, the other group ran away. Despite all this, Kurgis told investigators that he felt very comfortable leaving Harris and Morris in charge of the store while he was away from it. Chris seemed really responsible. Kurgis also said in his interview that he knew Chris Morris had a girlfriend in the 7000 block of South Pierce Court, and that closer to the time of the shooting, Morris seemed to distance himself from Klebold and Harris. When Kurgis sold the business to Chris Lau, he retained Klebold and Harris as employees. They were cooks. Their duties included making pizza, taking orders, and customer service. They did not deliver pizzas. Harris was paid $7.65 an hour, and Klebold made $6.50 an hour. They worked 3 to 5 nights a week from 4 or 5 p.m. to approximately 8 or 9 p.m. They didn't always work the same shifts. While working for Lau, they performed well in the duties required by their position and were never subject to disciplinary action. Lau described Klebold as hyper, loud, energetic, a good worker, punctual, no problems. He said they often wore black duster coats with patches on them. The only issue he ever had with them was a time he found them behind the store together lighting a newspaper on fire. Neither gave Lau any sign that they were capable of what they did on April 20th. Lau also retained Chris Morris and Nate Dykeman as employees. He described Morris as moody, looked angry, wore a black duster, black pants, and black t-shirts. Morris was scheduled to work at 10:45 p.m. on April 20th, but failed to show up. 2 days later, the management still hadn't heard from him. Lau fired him, telling investigators it was because of his association with the Columbine shooters. The last night Eric and Dylan worked was April 16, 1999. Earlier that day, Lau offered Harris a manager position. He seemed pleased and accepted the offer. Both Klebold and Harris asked for cash advances against their earned hours. Eric received $200. Dylan got $120. In the months prior to the attacks, Harris and Klebold acquired 2 9mm firearms and 2 12-gauge shotguns. Harris had a High-Point .995 carbine with 13 10-round magazines and a Savage Springfield 67H pump shotgun. Klebold used a 9mm Intratec DC-9 semi-automatic handgun with 152, 132, and 128-round magazine, and a Stevens 311D double-barreled shotgun. Harris's shotgun was sawed off to around 26 inches, and Klebold shortened his shotgun's length to 23 inches, a felony under the National Firearms Act. On November 22, 1998, their friend Robin Anderson purchased a carbine rifle and the 2 shotguns for the pair at the Tanner Gun Show, as they were too young to legally purchase the guns themselves. After the attack, she told investigators that she had believed the pair wanted the weapons for target shooting and denied that she had prior knowledge of their plans. Anderson was not charged. While Harris and Klebold both held part-time jobs at the local Blackjack Pizza, it was through Philip Duran, one of their co-workers, that arranged for Klebold to buy a Tech-9 handgun from Mark Maines for $500 at another gun show on January 23rd. Mark Maines, Mains's girlfriend, and Duran are all in the Rampart Range video. After the massacre, Maines and Duran were both prosecuted. Each was charged with supplying a handgun to a minor and possession of a sawed-off shotgun. After both pled guilty, Maines and Duran were sentenced to a total of 6 years and 4.5 years respectively in prison. 22-year-old Mark Maines, known as the weapons supplier to Harris and Klebold, sold them the Tech DC-9 assault pistol in late February and went shooting with them 3 times, including a month before the massacre. Mark Maines was a computer technician and former Columbine student who sold Harris and Klebold the weapons sometime after they all attended the Tanner Gun Show in Denver, attorney Robert Ransom told reporters outside the Jefferson County Courthouse. Maines' lawyer said 23-year-old Philip Duran, a Blackjack Pizza delivery driver who worked with Harris and Klebold at the pizza parlor, introduced them to Mark Maines at the February gun show. Duran only lived a few blocks from Maines, on West Alder Avenue. Maines worked as a systems administrator with Data Connect Corporation in Parker. He attended Columbine High School from 1991 to 1993. In the Columbine report, Tamara Rumer said she had known longtime friend of Dylan and Eric, Brooks Brown, since he was a sophomore at Columbine High School. He would often record Harris and Klebold behind the Blackjack Pizza restaurant. She said when she first met him, he was going with a girl who was a student assistant in the attendance office, and she claimed to be a little bit upset with him about what was going on. She did not elaborate. Tamara recalls that about 2 months prior to the incident, Brooks Brown came up to her and made the comment, "I know where you live, and I've seen you riding your horse." She said it unnerved her, because nobody knows where I live. She resides in Sedalia, lot number 99. She said she had seen Brown at a residence in Sedalia, which she identified on a map of her development as being lot number 83. The residents at that location, as listed in the telephone book, are Ronald and Jerry Edlund. The address is 6846 Cherokee Drive. Rumor describes the specific person which Brown visited as an older male who was employed at Blackjack Pizza as a delivery driver. She did not know anything about Edlund's. Rumor said the encounter has caused her to feel uneasy about Brown. It's very likely that Brooks Brown met Philip Duran, who introduced Harris and Klebold to Mark Maines at the Edlund's home. If things aren't already strange enough, it seems as if there is a reported link indicating a potential connection between a fellow employee at Blackjack Pizza being affiliated with an underground network of white supremacists known as the Brotherhood of the White Temple, part of a wider network referred to as the White Eagle Underground, apparently associated with the White Eagle Lodge. Maurice Doriel, birth name Cloud Doggins, was an American occultist and founder of the Brotherhood of the White Temple. In around 1930, Maurice Doreal formed the Brotherhood in Denver, Colorado, having been previously involved in theosophy. Doreal claimed that during a 1925 visit to the Great Pyramids of Giza, he discovered a set of ancient emerald tablets belonging to the Egyptian deity Thoth, whom he reimagined as a king of Atlantis. Doreal then claimed to have translated the text, which he published as the Emerald Tablets of Thoth the Atlantean, not to be confused with the medieval Hermetic text called the Emerald Tablet. According to Maurice Doreal, in 1931 in Los Angeles, he met two Atlanteans who took him to a cave underneath Mount Shasta. Doreal quickly developed a cosmology focused on the inner earth, describing underground races he claimed to have learned about from the Atlanteans. Doreal developed theories of an underground serpent race. During the 1950s, he incorporated aliens and extraterrestrials into his views. He combined these all into a theory that in the second half of the 20th century, the serpent race would ally with the Antichrist. He believed that there were three types of flying saucers, including one piloted by serpent people, who were once icebound in Siberia, became defrosted, and then replaced and overthrew the communist regime in Russia. In the late 1940s and early 1950s, Doreal relocated the Brotherhood near Sedalia, Colorado, where he predicted that nuclear war would happen in 1953, but that he and his community would be protected by the mountains in the valley they relocated to. He died in 1963. Today, the Brotherhood of the White Temple promotes itself as a metaphysical church studying the original Gnostic teaching of Jesus and the secrets of alchemy, Kabbalah, and the Akashic records. According to their recruiting pitch, join the Brotherhood of the White Temple, a correspondence church that offers a series of lessons on occult, metaphysical, and spiritual science. It wasn't long before I stumbled onto the proverbial smoking gun in the form of a confidential investigative memorandum on the White Eagle Underground, implying that the group itself was actually a cult, consisting of high-level rogue intelligence agents and foreign terrorist operatives. The investigative memorandum was dated March 31st, 1997, regarding a felony case of child abuse involving a man by the name of Paul Schultz. The subject line reads, "The Star Chamber and White Eagle Underground in Texas Gulf Area." The background of the memorandum begins as the investigator received a call prior to Thanksgiving from a woman currently living in Cypress, Texas, a Houston suburb, named Belinda Schultz. Miss Schultz, age 41, disclosed that she had learned about the inquiry into white supremacist terrorism centering on New York City through a third party. Apparently, one of the psychotherapists present at the Dallas office, where an investigation had been conducted several weeks prior, relayed information about the inquiry to a cult investigator in the Houston area who has close ties to Miss Schultz. Miss Schultz related details of her case over the telephone in a manner that sounded extremely professional and credible. The details seemed to match the general picture with which the investigator was working in Texas. She also faxed numerous pages of background information, including a police report. The case centered on felony child abuse charges filed against her ex-husband, Paul Schultz, in Brazoria County, south of Houston. The ex-husband had allegedly sodomized her son, Nicholas, who was 6 years old at the time of this report, in a severe manner over a period of many months. The sodomy had allegedly taken place in the context of satanic and/or Luciferian cult activity perpetrated by associates of Paul Schultz. The cult is also neo-Nazi in its political aims and seems to be associated with terrorist planning, particularly bombings and assassinations. Child witnesses repeatedly describe personnel wearing Nazi uniforms and insignia, as well as portraits and acts of veneration for Adolf Hitler. Over a period of 2 months, beginning in mid-January and continuing through March of '97, the investigator interviewed numerous persons who had knowledge of the case and knew Belinda Schultz and Paul Schultz. The investigator did not directly interview the child, but was present on several occasions when the child spontaneously offered information to his mother or was gently questioned by his mother about the case. The investigator was impressed at all times with the extreme professionalism, determination, and competency of the mother in this matter, as well as the intelligence, consistency, and ability to construct plausible stories on the part of the child. Miss Schultz's reputation in the community is also very high. The investigator spoke on one lengthy occasion with Carlton Collier, key representative of Houston-based Justice for All, which is a citizens advocacy group. Ms. Schultz had made a 4-hour presentation to the group in the summer of 1996. The group had taken a significant interest in the case and was pursuing it vigorously just prior to the tragic death of the group's leader, Miss Pam Lynchner, in the tragic plane crash of TWA Flight 800. Interesting. Belinda Schultz is an extremely bright, personable, and voluble woman who was previously in the commercial air conditioning and air filtration business with her ex-husband. The two of them together managed a small company which had been previously owned by Paul's father, Carson Schultz. Miss Schultz has stated that she basically ran the business because her ex-husband had a continuing substance abuse problem involving drugs and alcohol. She also stated that she and her husband at the time had high security access because of their business to all the major petroleum refineries along the Gulf Coast. Miss Schultz grew up in Lafayette, Louisiana, and married a salesman named Lanny Sladen. The marriage was dissolved in the early 1980s, and Miss Schultz moved to Houston, where her parents and siblings were residing. She has 4 children by her marriage to Mr. Sladen, who range in age from 18 upwards. Paul Schultz was in his mid-40s at the time of this report. He is under indictment in district court in Brazoria County for felony child abuse. He apparently grew up in the Houston area and at one time was married to a certain Molly Ann Schultz, by whom he had a child. He is the natural father of Nicholas Schultz. He is currently employed with Custom Air Products on Hempstead Road in northwest Houston. Little personal information could be obtained about him. Miss Schultz stated that he concealed his past even during their marriage. She also stated that she had been told by his mother that both he and his brother Buddy, who was also in the air conditioning and filtration business, were connected to the mafia. Nicholas Schultz is a blonde, blue-eyed, vivacious 6-year-old male child who has been treated for severe trauma and sexual abuse in connection with the current proceedings. Although his IQ has not been tested, he seems far more intelligent and articulate than most children of his age. The majority of his prolonged trauma took place between the ages of 2 and 4. He is able to describe past experiences in vivid detail and without the kind of emotional upset which apparently was routine as recently as 6 months ago. The investigator has come to the following conclusions with a fairly high confidence level. While much of the basic information comes from stories told by the child and or related by the mother, matching and cross-checking with other data and sources yields the following. Paul Schultz, through family history and connections, has apparently been associated with the leadership of the White Eagle Underground in the Houston area. The stories and incidents described by Nicholas, as well as another child named Lauren Roberts, whose father was allegedly involved in the cult, consistent with what is known about the mode of operation and the facilities used by the White Eagle Underground. The investigator, however, was able to identify one facility which the child and the mother thought was in Texas, but in fact is in Colorado. That facility is the Sedalia, Colorado complex. Interestingly, Sedalia, Colorado is only 14 miles from Littleton. Mr. Schultz apparently took Nicholas to meetings at facilities used by the WEU, White Eagle Underground, for social and religious reasons rather than political or strategic purposes. Because of the child's alleged pure Aryan bloodline, he was apparently tapped at an early age for leadership. The child described incidents where adults in Nazi uniform actually prayed to him. He also describes conversations with a woman named Lilla, or Miss Lilla, who offered to be his stepmother after his natural mother had been killed. According to Belinda Schultz, Nicholas has identified Miss Lilla as none other than Lilith Aquino, wife of Michael Aquino, prolific pedophile and former lieutenant colonel in U.S. Army intelligence and founder of the Temple of Set. Miss Schultz seems to have been purposefully selected by both her ex-husband and the cult for the breeding of Nicholas because of her alleged bloodline. The nature of that bloodline is unclear, and neither Miss Schultz nor her parents seem to be aware of what the white supremacists view as crucial to their plan of genetic engineering. Miss Schultz's family is unclear at this time about his genealogy. The cult in question, apparently the same as a secretive group known to military and domestic intelligence officials as the Star Chamber. The Star Chamber is the decision-making cadre of the White Eagle Underground and consists of high-level rogue intelligence agents from the CIA, the Army, Germany, and Russia. The children describe men in military uniforms who refer to themselves as First Star, Second Star, etc. According to one highly reliable source, that is the nomenclature used by the Star Chamber. The children also describe circles of stars at the facilities which are the emblems of the Star Chamber. The Star Chamber has been implicated in various covert operations over the years involving drugs, weapons, and even child slave shipments from Latin America, particularly Mexico. The connection with Mexico is brought out in one Star Chamber operative known as Tenario Luga. Mr. Luga was apparently a homosexual lover of Paul Schultz, who was bisexual in his orientation and was allegedly involved in the sodomization of Nicholas. Mr. Luga was known personally to Miss Schultz and to other members of the Schultz family. Mr. Luga is also known well to the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms in the Houston area, and has been under investigation for weapons stockpiling and threats of bomb-making. The investigator was shown a mugshot of him by one BATF official. Other sources have suggested that Mr. Luga may also be a BATF informant and happens to have close ties both to the CIA and to the Salinas gang that formerly ran Mexico and is currently under international scrutiny for alleged drug trafficking and money laundering. It is unclear whether Mr. Luga is a Mexican national. It has also been suggested that he may be Arabic and from a country in the Middle East, such as Libya. Because the children describe repeatedly having seen stockpiles of advanced weapons, including planes and helicopters, it is likely that the White Eagle Underground, under the command of the Star Chamber, is planning major assaults on government facilities. It is believed that the command center for these operations may be the Houston, Texas area, including the Texas Perfection Ranch, which Nicholas describes having visited, southwest of Montgomery and Nicholstone on the Bayou, a large antebellum home in Dickinson near NASA facilities. According to an earlier memorandum filed October 28, 1996, with the subject line, Terrorist Threat Against New York City. This memorandum is to summarize the pertinent information regarding the threat against the city of New York and what cult or criminal organization with ultra-right militia ties is capable of launching biological and chemical warfare to fulfill that threat. Source of threat. It is our belief that the international criminal infrastructure generally known as White Eagle is the most likely candidate to launch such a threat. The White Eagle Underground has been growing rapidly in power and influence throughout the United States since the early 1990s and is actively promoting measures of a high-order terrorist and revolutionary nature against the people and the government of the United States. They are capable not only of infiltrating the domestic intelligence community, but of deploying and smuggling advanced weaponry into the hands of domestic operatives. According to a reliable source, a major multi-pronged terrorist strike is planned, redacted. In the memorandum, the alleged motivating ideology of the White Eagle Underground is the kind of occult white racism nurtured within the Russian and German theosophical movements of the early 19th century. The White Eagle Underground has been a major influence on the more extreme elements of the American Patriot movement, and interestingly but not inexplicably, on secessionist forces among certain American Indian nations, particularly the Cherokee and the Lakota, that are led by white Indians or half-breeds. The mythology behind this ideology reinforces at a deeper psychological level the Christian identity theology that drove the Aryan Nations gangs of the 1980s. The Aryan Nations incidents of that period might be considered a trial balloon for what has been planned for over a decade as a major uprising in the late 1990s. What are the odds of a friend and fellow employee at Blackjack Pizza who lived in the same town the memorandum names as the headquarters of the Sedalia, Colorado complex, only 14 miles from Littleton, just so happens to be directly affiliated with the very underground network of white supremacists known as the Brotherhood of the White Temple, part of a wider network known as the White Eagle Underground, apparently associated with the White Eagle Lodge. Another friend of Dylan Klebold and Eric Harris happens to be a man by the name of Nathan Johnson, a married adult male who worked as a delivery driver at Blackjack Pizza. Same Nathan Johnson, who would later be involved in a Denver assassination plot against Barack Obama. Instantly, I began to have flashbacks of the sophisticated radicalization pipeline responsible for training and facilitating Omar Mateen in the Pulse nightclub network. As the story goes, 3 men, Nathan Dwayne Johnson, Theron Robert Gartrell, and Sean Robert Adolph, plotted to assassinate Barack Obama with a high-powered rifle during the Democratic National Convention in Denver, Colorado. The alleged motive for the attempted assassination was a white supremacist belief that an African American should not be elected president of the United States. Gartrell was arrested August 24, 2008, and found to be in possession of rifles and other weaponry. Adolph and Johnson were arrested shortly thereafter. In a televised interview after his arrest, Johnson identified Adolph as the man who allegedly hatched the assassination plot and planned to be the shooter. Although their suspected white supremacist affiliations naturally led federal authorities to investigate possible ties to a larger group, authorities would later downplay the trio as drug addicts who had little chance of carrying out the plot. The 3 men were charged with drug and weapons charges, but did not face federal charges of threatening a presidential candidate. According to the official narrative, in August 2008, Theron Robert Gartrell, 28, his cousin Sean Robert Adolph, 33, and their friend Nathan Dwayne Johnson, 32, allegedly came to Denver, Colorado, specifically to kill then-Senator Barack Obama at the Democratic National Convention. The men came to Denver before Obama arrived and rented a room at the Hyatt Regency, where they mistakenly believed Obama was staying. Federal authorities began an investigation into the trio after they made alleged racist threats against Obama while taking methamphetamine in the hotel room. A woman present for their conversation, who was not identified by a police affidavit, told Colorado State Patrol officers they spoke about killing the presumed Democratic presidential nominee, and that Adolph allegedly said, "No nigger should ever live in the White House." A woman in the group said it would be a suicide mission, and it would be best done by hiding a gun inside a hollowed-out television video camera, a method used in the 1992 Kevin Costner film The Bodyguard. Security had already been increased for Obama due to low-grade fears of possible assassination attempts against the first African-American major party presidential candidate. Authorities did not identify the woman who informed on the trio, nor did they disclose whether she was charged with a crime. Gartrell was driving to buy cigarettes when he was arrested at about 1:30 a.m. on August 24th. Police in Aurora, Colorado, a suburb east of Denver, pulled over his rented 2008 blue Dodge Ram truck, which was swerving erratically. Police found a Ruger Model M77 Mark II bolt-action rifle with an attached scope and bipod, and a Remington Model 721 270 bolt-action rifle with an attached hunting scope. One of the rifles was fitted with a silencer. Police also found 2 wigs, 3 fake IDs, camouflage clothing, a bulletproof vest, 2 walkie-talkies, and 4.5 grams of what appeared to be methamphetamine in the truck. The truck contained enough drug-making equipment for the vehicle to be considered a mobile lab. At least one of the rifles had been reported stolen. Gartrell was under the influence of methamphetamine when arrested. He was found to be driving on a suspended license and was carrying a false Colorado identification card with a Centennial, Colorado address. Gartrell told an agent with the BATF that the weapons belonged to his cousin Adolph, and he led police to the hotels where Adolph and Johnson were staying. Johnson was arrested at the Hyatt Regency Tech Center at about 4:30 a.m. Adolph was arrested at the Cherry Creek Hotel in Glendale at about 5 a.m. Adolph jumped out of a 6-story hotel window when police arrived. He fell 4 stories onto the second-floor roof of the hotel kitchen, then jumped again onto the ground around the hotel. He broke his ankle in the fall, but tried to run before police found him a short distance away. Adolph, who was hospitalized shortly after his arrest, was wearing body armor when police apprehended him. He told police this was because someone wanted to shoot him. Like Gartrell, Johnson and Adolph were found to be under the influence of methamphetamine during their arrests. During interviews with police, Both men made racist statements similar to those allegedly made in their earlier hotel room discussion. It's nearly impossible to dismiss the fact that these three perpetrators perfectly fit the profile of potential members involved in a wider network affiliated with the White Eagle Underground. There is an additional connection which seemingly ties in a potential child sex ring in the local area surrounding Columbine. I discovered a link to an El Paso County Sheriff's Office case file dated May 7, 1999, just over a month before the shooting. This case file was also included in the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office official Columbine report. The information comes from a student at Mesa Ridge High School who got in trouble and then had child pornography found in his backpack, after which he talked about knowing members of the Trenchcoat Mafia, claims that he actually saw Dylan Klebold and Eric Harris at a party the weekend before the shooting. He says that he and a friend, Amber Rubio, also an associate of the Trenchcoat Mafia, visited the home of pedophile Bill, who gave him the child pornography. According to the case file, the detective asked Michael, a student from Mesa Ridge High School, to explain what the Trenchcoat Mafia was. He stated that the Trenchcoat Mafia are goths, but not all goths are Trenchcoat Mafia. He claims to have some friends who lived at a goth house in Acacia Park, located downtown in Colorado Springs. He also claimed that the Trenchcoat Mafia believe that they are vampires. They are into bloodletting. Yet to join the Trenchcoat Mafia, you have to be cut on either forearm. Your blood is collected and drank by the other persons present. This is part of the initiation for the Trenchcoat Mafia. Interestingly, according to author Brian Desborough, victims of mind control are typically programmed to slash their arms if their front alter personality begins to recover memories of the programming. This allegedly inhibits further memory recovery. The student further stated that he was simply an associate and not a full-fledged member of the Trenchcoat Mafia. On the Saturday evening prior to the shooting at Columbine, they had all gone to a member's house by the name of Mockett, which was later determined to be 37 Hayes Drive. Dylan Klebold and Eric Harris had also attended this party. He described the party as a mafia event. The detective asked how he had known Harris and Klebold. He said that he had met them at Acacia Park while he was hanging around with other goths and Trenchcoat Mafia. That on one occasion, they had allowed him to stand in front of Harris's car and had a Polaroid taken of him holding the car keys. Another Polaroid was taken with redacted, standing with some female acquaintances in front of the same vehicle. On one occasion, he had been driven down to Acacia Park in Harris's car. In Harris's car, he had seen a book on explosives. He stated that it was the anarchist cookbook that he had seen in the back of Harris's car. The detective then asked him to explain where the goth house was in Colorado Springs. Michael claimed that it was on a corner and is a big white house downtown. He was unable to give a better description of this location. When questioned as to where Mockett's house was, he related that he would have to show us versus telling us due to the fact that he was unsure. He did state that there was no grass in the front yard of the residence and you were able to see a school. The detective asked him to explain how the Trenchcoat Mafia was structured. The Colorado Springs chapter is called the Mulcavia Trenchcoat Mafia. They basically hang out, listen to goth music, and party. The Denver chapter is called the Gangrel Trenchcoat Mafia. They are more interested in violence. In Pueblo, there's the Toreadors Trenchcoat Mafia. He does not have a lot of information concerning them. He claimed that in the Colorado Springs area, there are possibly 20 to 30 members that have actually been cut as an initiation into the Trenchcoat Mafia. Interestingly, Michael continued by relating that the Trenchcoat Mafia read the Book of Nod and the Circle of Lilith. The student was then questioned concerning photographs that were found in his backpack of sexually explicit material. He related that before Christmas 1998, he had been at pedophile Bill's home. He and a friend, Amber Rubio, had gone to pedophile Bill's, who lives on Redacted Boulevard. While there, pedophile Bill had given him the sexually explicit photographs. He had also shown them a photo album containing photographs of small children in sexually explicit positions. Upon observing this photo album, it made him sick, and he and Amber had left the residence. When asked about the content of the photographs, he stated that they were sexually explicit photographs of small children Some appeared to be under the age of 10, and some appeared to be to approximately 14 years of age. Before we pivot to our final chapter, we have no other choice but to discuss the possibility of Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold reportedly being victims of sexual abuse. Pavdef.org cites former member of the Nebraska State Legislature John DeCamp and victims advocate Ron Anye as the sources behind the claim that the Columbine shooters had been raped during their January 1998 arrest by Jefferson County Sheriff's Deputy Tim Walsh. DeCamp had first represented Mark Taylor, who was shot several times during the Columbine rampage in a case against Solvay Pharmaceuticals, the maker of the psychiatric drug Lovix, the antidepressant medication that had been recently prescribed to Eric Harris. The case was ultimately dropped. Lovix, or fluvoxamine, belongs to a class of drugs known as selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, SSRIs, primarily used to treat major depressive disorder and obsessive-compulsive disorder. Mind control victims often display symptoms of obsessive-compulsive disorder resulting from prolonged trauma abuse, as is the case with Harris. Ron Anye claims in a 2013 interview that when Jefferson County refused to help him investigate a drawing made by Eric Harris, he reached out to Arapahoe County Sheriff Pat Sullivan, with whom he had a past professional friendship dating back to when Sullivan was a patrolman for the Littleton Police Department. Sullivan also rebuffed him. Patrick Sullivan had been assigned to investigate Ron Anye's allegations that the Columbine shooters had been raped during the 1998 arrest. He served as sheriff from 1984 to 2002 and was highly respected until he was arrested for trading meth for sex in 2011. Anye says that he also forwarded the drawing to El Paso County Sheriff John Anderson, after which he claims it ended up in a sheriff's department file named Walsh Butt Rape. Anye claims that the dispatch tapes had one officer ask, "Is that the Harris kid, or is that the sheriff's kid?" Eric Harris had a number of significant previous encounters between sheriff's deputies Tim Walsh and Mark Miller. Both Deputy Tim Walsh and Deputy Mark Miller were involved in the van break-in arrest. Walsh allegedly caught Eric and Dylan in the act, while Miller contacted the owner of the van. As early as March 2, 1997, Brooks Brown's parents report Eric to the police for cracking Brooks' windshield. No formal report was written. April 17, 1997, Deputy Tim Walsh is dispatched to the Brown residence for ongoing juvenile problem. Again, no formal report was written. April 19, 1997, Deputy Tim Walsh makes unanswered call to Harris residence regarding damage to a tree on Nick Baumgart's property. April 19, 1997, Deputy Mike Burgess was dispatched to the Brown residence regarding a harassing phone call. While there's no direct tie to Harris, his webpage gives out the Brown's phone number. April 24, 1997, Tim Walsh returns Wayne Harris's call regarding damage to the Baumgart's tree. April 30, 1997, Art Peterson makes dispatch entry that on April 29th, he made 3 unanswered calls to the Brown home regarding harassment by Eric Harris. May 2nd, 1997, unknown deputy leaves message regarding phone harassment complaint. August 7th, 1997, Mike Burgess is contacted by Aaron Brown regarding Harris's online threats to Brooks. Deputy Huner contacts the Browns at their residence that day and delivers Harris's website postings to Burgess, who writes a directed report for John Hicks. John Hicks files it away without investigating. January 30th, 1998 is when Deputy Tim Walsh pulls up on Eric and Dylan after they broke into the van. Deputy Mark Miller finds the van and takes a report from the owner. March 18, 1998, Mark Miller was dispatched to the Brown residence for death threats towards Brooks. Pipe bombs are mentioned on Harris's webpage. Miller subsequently refers his report to Jefferson County Sheriff's Office investigations. Deputy Miller does not connect Harris to the van break-in just 6 weeks before, providing no thorough chain of custody. March 26, 1998, records clerk closes the case opened by Deputy Miller without assigning it to an investigator. March 31st, 1998, the Brown family meet at Jefferson County Sheriff's Office with investigators Mike Guerra, Glenn Grove, and John Hicks Regarding online threats and pipe bomb descriptions on Harris's website, they bring 12 pages of printouts from Harris's site. Guerra prepares the affidavit for search warrant. Lieutenant Kikebush denies the affidavit because there is no eyewitness to Eric Harris's possession of a pipe bomb. This is the meeting that Lieutenant Kikebush denied ever happened. He told the media the Browns were lying about the meeting and about having filed a police report on Eric, but it was later revealed that it was the information from this meeting and the subsequent search warrant affidavit prepared by investigator Guerra as a result of this meeting that Jefferson County used to get the search warrant for the homes of Harris and Klebold on April 20th, 1999. A few days after Columbine, high-ranking Jefferson County and police officials held a private meeting at Jefferson County Open Space Center. This has been called the Open Space Meeting. They discussed the liabilities of the Guerra affidavit and Jefferson County Sheriff's Office failure to follow up on it and agreed to withhold that information from the press because it would ultimately make Jefferson County Sheriff's Department look incompetent, or worse, complicit in the cover-up. Ron Anye mentions Ken Salazar, Colorado Attorney General from 1999 to 2005, U.S. Senator from 2005 to 2009, and Secretary of the Interior from 2009 to 2013, being replaced by Michael Bennett, the former superintendent of Denver Public Schools. He purportedly ran out of a pizza restaurant when confronted by Anye and the family of Columbine victim Mark Taylor about the rampant pedophilia in Denver area schools. It was the same Columbine survivor, Mark Taylor, who allegedly told his mother several bizarre things he saw in the school, including the open use of drugs, classes consisting of watching MTV, teachers coaching students on how to have better sex, and discussion of witchcraft. Time magazine even reported that the shooters were into voodoo dolls. Taylor's claims of occult elements seem to be echoed by similar allegations of teacher involvement, including the narrative that a teacher was somehow involved in witchcraft and may have influenced the Columbine shooters through grooming and occult practices. There was even speculation regarding a teacher at Columbine High School actually being involved in the creation of the basement tapes. Mark Taylor claimed that the shooters were on SSRIs and that this was a major contributor to their actions. In 2006, he published a book about his experience with the title, I Asked, God Answered, A Columbine Miracle. In 2007, he was interviewed by ABC after Seung-Hui Cho shot up Virginia Tech. Mark and his mother Donna Taylor were in Des Moines, Iowa at the time, studying possible links between antidepressants and school shootings, along with Dr. Ann Tracy, executive director of the International Coalition for Drug Awareness. Mark told the network that the college shooting brought back memories of his experiences. He said he wanted to educate the public on the dangers of using antidepressants, as he believed their use played a factor in the shootings at Columbine and Virginia Tech. In 2008, Columbine survivor Mark Taylor was chemically lobotomized and institutionalized in the Lighthouse inpatient unit of Aspen Point Hospital in Colorado Springs after an alleged mental breakdown in a bookstore. Forced onto mood-altering drugs for over 2 consecutive stays in the ward. By the time he was released, Mark Taylor was not the same person. Another extraordinary connection we have no choice but to mention comes in the form of the Wisconsin Sikh temple shooter Wade Michael Page. This chapter is dedicated to a friend and fellow researcher, Jolyon Klebold, who originally introduced me to this avenue of research, implicating yet another very well-established group of white supremacist neo-Nazi accelerationist merchants of death as part of a wider network infiltrated and oversaturated with sheep-dipped psychological warfare operatives seemingly involved in the Columbine Massacre. As the story goes, August 5th, 2012, 40-year-old Wade Michael Page fatally shot 6 people and wounded 4 others before allegedly committing suicide at the Gurdwara Sikh Temple in Oak Creek, Wisconsin. Wade Michael Page was armed with a 9mm Springfield XDM semi-automatic pistol. Page had legally purchased the gun in Wisconsin. Following emergency calls around 10:25 a.m., police responded. Multiple witnesses first reported 4 white males dressed in all black, carrying out a well-coordinated mass murder attack involving tear gas. Officially, when police arrived on the scene, Wade Michael Page allegedly shot one of the responding officers 8 times in the parking lot. After being shot in the stomach by another officer, he fatally shot himself in the head. 4 people were killed inside the temple, and 3 people, including Page, died outside. Wade Michael Page was born and raised in Colorado, and if you can believe it, he actually went to high school in Littleton. According to 9 News, they found Wade's name listed in a Littleton High School yearbook for 1987 and twice in Arapahoe High School's yearbook for 1989 and 1990. His last name was different at the time. He went by the name Wade Van Buskirk. He would go on to assume many different aliases over the years. Wade Michael Page was an Army veteran who served from April 1992 through October 1998. In the Army, Page had learned to repair the Hawk missile system, Raytheon's medium-range surface-to-air missile, before becoming a psychological operations specialist at the notorious Fort Bragg, home of the U.S. Army's Special Operations Command. According to the author of Mind Control Black Assassins, a psychological operations specialist requires a score of at least 105 on the ASVAB, Armed Services Vocational Aptitude Battery, developed by the DoD. ASVAB is a highly specialized DoD Personality Assessment System test, PAS. It was originally developed by Sidney Gottlieb's protege and the MKUltra program's resident genius psychologist, John Gittinger, who happened to be on the CIA's payroll at the time. Gittinger was apparently even involved as a former CIA PSYOP monitor of what was dubbed the Safe House experiments. The ultimate purpose of the personality assessment system was to describe traits and predict behavior for MKUltra mind control and military intelligence purposes. The score for Psychological Operations Specialist is higher than U.S. military counterintelligence applicants. High ASVAB PAS scores and certain psychological profiles also seem to draw the interest of the CIA. In some kind of Timothy McVeigh-styled sheep-dipped operation, Wade Michael Page would suspiciously be demoted for patterns of misconduct, including being drunk while on duty and going absent without leave, ultimately receiving a general discharge in 1998. After leaving Fort Bragg in 1998, Wade Michael Page would relocate to Littleton just before the Columbine Massacre. 9 News reported that Wade Michael Page has a criminal record in Denver. Denver police arrested Page in 1999 for drunk driving. He was convicted of a DUI and ordered to perform 56 hours of community service and 60 days served in jail. However, according to court records, his jail sentence was suspended, and he completed his community service requirement by only serving a total of 18 hours. He was also given a ticket for driving without a valid license in 1999 in Arapahoe County in Littleton, Colorado. He pled guilty to this charge. He also faced charges of driving when license is under restraint in El Paso County in 2000, but that charge was later dismissed. Several addresses were listed to Wade Michael Page in the Littleton and Denver area. The most recent was in Littleton in 2007. After the Sikh temple shooting in 2012, a woman identifying herself as Page's grandmother told a reporter that Page sent her a dozen roses just 2 weeks ago. That's the kind of guy he was, Page's grandmother said. I don't know what happened. When the gunfire at the Sikh temple of Wisconsin and suburban Milwaukee ended that Sunday, 7 people lay dead, including the gunman, and 3 others were critically wounded in what police called an act of domestic terrorism. Wife of the temple's president was in the front room and saw the gunman enter the temple. He did not speak, he just began shooting. The 6-foot-tall, bald white man who worshippers said they had never before seen at the temple. It seemed like he had a purpose and knew where he was going. Wade Michael Page had ties to white supremacist neo-Nazi groups and was reportedly a member of the Hammerskins. The Hammerskins were formed in 1988 in Dallas, Texas. The primary focus is the production and promotion of white power rock music, and many white power bands have been affiliated with the group. Hammerskins were affiliated with the record label 9% Productions. The group hosts several annual concerts, including Hammerfest, an annual event in both the United States and Europe in honor of deceased Hammerskin Joe Rowan, the lead singer of the band Nordic Thunder. The ADL describes the Hammerskins as the United States' best organized neo-Nazi skinhead group. The extraordinary level of federal involvement with the group has been well documented. We know that Page was in Littleton, Colorado in 1999. We also know that in 2000, with no known source of income, Page suddenly left Littleton on a cross-country trip, visiting friends and attending festivals in Georgia, North Carolina, Ohio, West Virginia, and California. In a statement allegedly made by Wade Michael Page himself regarding his abrupt departure from Littleton, "I am originally from Colorado and had always been independent. Back in 2000, I set out to get involved and wanted to basically start over. So I sold everything I owned except for my motorcycle and what I could fit into a backpack and went on a cross-country trip visiting friends and attending festivals and shows. I went to Hammerfest 2000 in Georgia, over to North Carolina, up to Ohio, down to West Virginia, and out to California. And that's when I joined Youngblood. Columbine High School is located at 6201 South Pierce Street, Littleton, Colorado. Page's address was at 5529 South Windermere Street, apartment 23 in Littleton, only 4.8 miles from Columbine High School, 4.63 miles away from Blackjack Pizza at 6657 West Ottawa, and about 6.33 miles from Eric Harris's home at 8276 South Reed Street. The Denver police refused to release his 1999 mugshot, saying the FBI and Wisconsin police asked them not to. Perhaps it is because the picture will show Wade Michael Page with short, spiky black hair with blonde tips, the exact same description as the missing 7th older adult male Columbine shooter, identified by 40-plus people in public court documents. Page perfectly fit the profile and reportedly had close ties to both the Trenchcoat Mafia and the Western Hammerskins. Trenchcoat Mafia often met at Blackjack Pizza, where both Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold worked. They bought and exchanged weapons, even experimenting with pipe bombs at Blackjack Pizza. Suspiciously, in the days leading up to the Sikh temple shooting, Wade Michael Page had a downstairs neighbor named Jennifer Dunn, who happened to be a psychiatric nurse. She described him as hidden away in a small upstairs apartment in Cudahy, Wisconsin, where he became a nervous, creepy, quiet recluse. She also claimed that his only visitor was the local pizza delivery man. She found Page sitting in his car, staring off into space, and her daughter told her, "The dude is acting strange." What are the odds that Wade Michael Page had an unrelenting appetite for pizza leading up to the shooting in Wisconsin, and just so happened to be freshly discharged out of a psychological operations program when showing up in small-town Littleton within minutes of the Blackjack Pizza restaurant where Dylan, Eric, and other members of the Trenchcoat Mafia, who were stridently into industrial punk rock, bombs, guns, Satanism, Nazism, and the SS Knights of the Black Sun would often meet. Immediately after the Columbine High School pretext false flag operation, Page withdraws and turns up with Todd Blodgett, a notorious Nazi-related CIA operative. It wasn't just happenstance that Wade Michael Page would resurface around 2000 with allegations that he had been reporting on his movements to Todd Blodgett of Resistance Records. At the time, Todd Blodgett claims that he was intimately and confidentially meeting, possibly even funding Page. He also happened to be working for the FBI and factions of the U.S. intelligence community. Mr. Blodgett said he met Mr. Page at various festivals during that time. On several occasions, Mr. Page discussed his musical aspirations, asking if Resistance Records would invest money in his metal band or provide him with a solo recording contract. Mr. Blodgett said that Mr. Pierce, who owned all of Resistance Records after buying out Mr. Blodgett, had no interest because Mr. Page came off as a loser among losers. Page, he added, was a fairly shy, quiet guy until he started talking about Jewish people, blacks, and Latinos. During the Reagan administration, It was Todd Blodgett who was the White House point man to Henry Vinson and Craig Spence's callboy homosexual prostitution ring. The same-sex ring under investigation by federal and district authorities and included among its clients key officials of the Reagan and Bush administrations, military officers, congressional aides, as well as American and foreign businessmen with close social ties to Washington's political elite. Todd Blodgett was Reagan's White House press aide at the time, and was ultimately linked to hiring a number of gay male escorts, including boys as young as 13, for White House priority target clients from Professional Services Incorporated, a well-known Washington, D.C. gay escort service. Private midnight tours of the White House were arranged for a number of the boys, after which homosexual orgies were alleged to have occurred in offices in the new Executive Office building across the street. Professional Services Incorporated was ran by Washington, D.C. Republican power broker lobbyist Craig Spence. Craig Spence would later admit to working for the CIA while conducting high-level espionage and sexual blackmail operations with and through CIA agent Felix Rodriguez. Todd Blodgett seemed to be performing the duties of handler for Wade Michael Page, possibly even funding him just after the Columbine Massacre. 2 months prior to the attack at the Sikh temple, Wade Michael Page suddenly stopped showing up to his job as a machine operator at Lucas Millhaupt, a welding company. 2 days after he vanished, a mass shooting was committed by James Holmes at a Century 16 movie theater in Aurora, Colorado. It was widely reported at the time by ABC News that Page's girlfriend, 31-year-old Misty Cook, said that around 6 weeks before the rampage, he had simply dropped off the face of the earth. In other words, Wade Michael Page is unaccounted for during the shooting conducted by James Holmes, June 20th, 2012. The LA Times described Page as a burly bald man with a goatee. Witness from Aurora, Corbin Dates, who was sitting in the second row of the theater, says he saw a bald man with a goatee who, before the film started, answered a cell phone call, then got up and propped open an emergency exit door. The suspicious man sat in the first right row and got a phone call. He took his phone and walked toward the emergency exit and was propping the door open with his foot. It seems like he was making gestures, trying to find somebody or trying to have somebody come to his location. It was also reported by a local news station that James Holmes had been seen running down the street near his home, accompanied by a stocky individual, again with a goatee. At this time, Wade Michael Page just so happened to be living on a street called Holmes Avenue. Just over a month after the Aurora cinema shooting on July 28, 2012, with no known source of income, Page resurfaces in a $100-a-week room and bought a 9mm handgun and ammunition for $650, testing it by firing 50 rounds at a target in the gun shop's basement. A leading researcher into the Aurora shooting, Michael Cravey, aka Thomas Brinkley, was gunned down by police in Florida after suspiciously communicating that he was being set up. Cravey had covered the Wisconsin shooting and had also drawn connections with another shooting at a spa. He had been making calls in an attempt to speak with Page's girlfriend at the time of his death, leading to plausible allegations of foul play. On Tuesday, August 7, 2012, before she could further expose anything more, Page's girlfriend, Misty Cook, was arrested and placed in federal protective custody by the FBI and South Milwaukee police for allegedly being a felon in possession of a firearm. There are also significant connections implicating Wade Michael Page in the financing of Ken Zralek, the leader of the Connecticut White Wolves, a self-described white supremacist group now known as Battalion 14. Zralek and 4 other members were inevitably indicted by a federal grand jury, accused of conspiring to sell guns and homemade hand grenades to what they thought was a similar group out of state in an elaborate firearms plot. Following a 3-week trial, Kenneth Zralek would be one of 2 acquitted in the White Wolves conspiracy case. That was not the case for a third co-defendant, Alexander DeFelice, 33, who the jury convicted on the conspiracy charge, as well as 2 counts of selling firearms to a convicted felon, Joseph Anastasio, who built the case for the FBI. He also was convicted on single counts of making hand grenades and transferring 3 grenades for $3,000 to Anastasio. Theories have emerged linking weapons used in the Kinsrolic FBI-ATF joint sting operation to weapons being used in the Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting. But that's a story for another day. Victims advocate Ron Anye also mentions the theory that Columbine was itself an experiment, pointing out the ABC 2020 program about the school's death education program, whose activities even included taking kids to funeral homes to watch bodies get cremated, which perfectly leads us into the final chapter of our story, dedicated to exposing the highly controversial death education program at Columbine High School. According to Dr. Sam Blumenfeld, back in 1985, Tara Becker, a student from Columbine High School, attended a pro-family conference in Colorado to tell the attendees about death education at the school and the effect it had had on her. Jane Schindler, who heard Tara's testimony, reported Tara brought with her a booklet she had helped to compile for one of her school classes. This booklet was called Masquerade and was full of subliminal pictures and prose. Tara explains how she had been taught to use the hidden double meanings, subliminals, and how she had focused so much of her time and attention on death that she herself had tried to commit suicide. A video was made of Tara's testimony and distributed nationwide by Eagle Forum. The tape was aired on British television, and the Atlantic Monthly did a feature story based on it. Producers at 2020 saw the video and decided to do a segment on death education, which was actually filmed at Columbine High School and aired in 1990.
Here we are well into September, and by now many kids have settled back into school. But would it surprise you to know that this fall, your youngster may take a field trip to a funeral home? Visit a mortuary where cadavers are laid out for embalming. It can happen. Welcome to the startling, the shocking death education.
Loosely defined, death education is supposed to prepare young people for coping with death. Most schools make it part of a health class, but some devote an entire course to the subject. And as Tom Jarrell shows us, it seems there can be unexpected consequences. We begin by following a high school class on a death education field trip.
These students from Paint Branch High School near Washington, D.C. have chosen to be part of a rather unorthodox field trip. They have entered the embalming room at the Rapp Funeral Home.
Ladies and gentlemen, today our teacher will be a dead person. Our teacher will tell us something about death. Our death, everybody's death. His name was Stanley. Stanley died relatively young.
Bill Wendt, a priest at Maryland's St. Francis Center, is paid to conduct this tour for about 400 students a year.
This is Stanley. We're not going to show his face. He's given his skin, he's given bone marrow, he's given eyes. He's helped a lot of people.
This group's teacher, Phil Campbell, hopes that the stark, shocking reality of death will convince them of the importance of life. Some of the students are repulsed by the experience.
This skin is real important.
Although 1 out of every 10 of our public schools include death education, its emotional impact on students is still unknown. Funeral director Richard Rapp takes a matter-of-fact approach.
When death is sudden and they want to find out exactly why the death occurred, you're given an autopsy. So he's got some incisions here that are not part of what he gave to help somebody else.
Impressionable young minds are curious about the subject of death and how they are taught is a topic of controversy. Educators argue that today's teens are increasingly preoccupied with death. It has invaded their young lives in the form of auto accidents, crime, and teen suicide.
You can see here where they've taken his eyes, but they've put the plastic caps on him to show him.
No problem.
Death education is introduced as early as kindergarten, and by the time they're 18, these fifth graders will have witnessed 32,000 murders on television. So to give them a more realistic view of death, this class in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, is going to their local funeral parlor to visit the casket showroom.
They will see that person in this casket, and it's very important for them to say goodbye to that person. This is really accepting that what they have to do is select the casket that can be...
Funeral director Michelle Hecker's tour, against a backdrop of coffins, quickly becomes a probing of the children's deepest emotional concerns.
When my great uncle died, something really bad happened to him, and they had to have the casket closed, and they had to have a picture of him on top of it because, you know, you wouldn't want to see them all messed up and things like that.
When he was laying in the casket, I saw a fly, you know, it was flying around there, and that sort of bothered me. But then I pictured him sort of swatting at it, you know, but I thought he'd wake up, you know, and it sort of hurt me to see him not wake up.
If I want to die, I like this one.
Then the children are encouraged to feel the plush, soft, final resting place inside the coffins.
I think it's probably helpful for them to understand what caskets are before they actually have to deal with a death. Then when they have to deal with it, they have an understanding about it.
Death education has found its way into many classrooms in a variety of ways. James Mueller wrote his own curriculum on the subject 13 years ago and had it approved by his superiors and by parents.
And can anyone tell me what an undertaker is?
No, he or she is in charge of the funeral.
Okay, he or she is in charge of the funeral.
For 4 days every year, the subject of death enters his classroom as the topic of instruction. Mueller defines words on the subject, and the students are told to design their own tombstones.
Well, I use it as kind of a therapy, and I found that children who have a very good outlook, a very positive outlook on life, will put many, many years on that tombstone. They won't put down they died in 2 years or 4 years. They usually put down they're going to live to like 80, 90, 100 years old. And that's a very positive sign. Okay, we're going to be writing obituaries now, boys and girls. What exactly is in an obituary? I think it benefits them because they can have a better appreciation of life. There is a beginning and there is an end. I start the course by saying as soon as you're born, you start to die. And when they realize the fact that there is a beginning and an end, there is something that is put in between, and that is the enjoyment of life.
I was sort of scared to die at first until we learned about this. And then I got a lot better from it. And now I'm not scared to die.
I didn't like this program because I don't think that I really want to die at this age. And they were making us write stories about us dying at this age. And I really want to grow up and have a life.
Probing young minds about the subject of death is highly debatable among educators. Unlike Mueller's approach, there is no approved curriculum in most death ed instruction.
That's what a cremation looks like when it's done. That was a full body about my size.
Next stop on the high school students' guided tour is the cremation room. Funeral director Richard Rapp exposes the teenagers to still warm human remains.
This is what cremation looks like. And it's not like a cigarette butt. You can take them home, you can put them on the shelf, you can put them in a cemetery. We have a lot of people do both cemetery and something private. If you had a favorite swimming hole or a fishing spot, what a nice place to put this. So the options are yours.
They don't see the real stark nature of death until they've been able to do precisely what we've done today with them. To touch it, to feel it, to smell it, to know that it's real.
The proponents of death education in the public schools believe they can help prepare kids to deal with the emotional distress and grief of death with some special training. But the problem, many experts say, is that these courses can stir up emotions in some youngsters that ordinary classroom teachers are not adequately trained to recognize or cope with.
Just relax. You can put your head down. You could, do one of these numbers, but just relax.
The death ed teacher here at Paint Branch High, Phil Campbell, is not a psychologist, but he's using a therapeutic technique. The students are encouraged to enter a trance state and reflect on the loss of a close relative or friend. Avis lost her father last year. Scott's brother Eric died from cancer 2 years ago.
Relax. Now, what I'd like you to do is to go back in time to a place where you've experienced a significant loss. A death of a friend, a suicide. The loss, the death you have revisited today cannot be changed. There's no way of it. You're free to go on with your life, even though mourning is okay to go on. Now, in your own time, as you are ready, you may open your eyes and return to this room.
My sister was laying on the love seat. Something was wrong. Something told me it was my father that died.
And my mother had told me. And then I just went into her arms and I was crying.
As the students relive intensely emotional experiences, Avis loses control. Her grief over her father's death has resurfaced. Other students have similar reactions. Psychologists say inducing a trance state is potentially dangerous and may cause unnecessary trauma when conducted by an untrained person. Campbell, a sociology teacher, attended a one-day workshop on adolescent grief and admits he's not personally trained to deal with a possible emotional crisis like Avis is experiencing.
I'm not a therapist, so I don't see it as therapy. What I do is I get the kids to talk, and I listen carefully to what they're saying, and if I sense that they're at risk or at need, then I know where I have to go and who I need to talk to get these kids some help.
Campbell then takes the class to the cemetery where Scott's brother is buried. Scott's grief becomes a teaching tool for the class.
This pain will always be inside of me. I don't think I'll be able to get rid of it. I mean, people don't know me like that. They just look at me as a football player and all, but I mean, really, inside, I mean, I'm going through a lot of pain inside from my brother's death. That's what most people don't know about me.
Campbell's approach, called therapy education, first emerged in the late 60s. Psychologist William Colson was one of the early innovators of psychotherapeutic techniques, but he now opposes the methods he once advocated.
Aren't kids seeing more of death younger these days on television and with crack and violence in the streets? Isn't there a need to educate them younger about death?
It sounds like one of those things, Tom, that would be a good idea, except empirically it's just not working out that way. See, these interventions aren't powerful enough. They're not therapeutic enough, if you will, to keep the troubled kids out of trouble, but they are powerful enough to draw the untroubled kids into becoming troubled.
I didn't see any reason to keep going. If I didn't have any friends, I didn't have anything to live for, I basically just stopped caring.
Tara Becca believes she was seduced into a suicide attempt by her death ed class. 6 years ago, Tara was a junior at Columbine High in Littleton, Colorado. Her English literature teacher began weaving her own beliefs on reincarnation into the classroom discussions of death.
This is what this teacher was teaching. When you die, you get all the knowledge that God has, and then you're recreated. You come back again in another life form, and you have all the knowledge that God knows. And for a person like me that definitely loved to learn, that was exciting. You know, wow, I get to learn everything God knows.
Was death taught to you here as being something terrible, something to dread?
Oh, no. No, it was exciting. It was something to look forward to. It was definitely very appealing. It was an escape.
Tara finally decided she wanted to escape and saw death as the only solution to her typical teenage problems. She recreated her actions of that night for us, just as she had carefully planned her own suicide.
We talked about what we wanted to look like in our casket. That night I went and I had my hair fixed up and I had my nails done.
Then she searched the nearby Rockies for a suitable cliff to drive over. She sat in her car for hours contemplating the life or death decision.
I wanted freedom from my body, and this was the only way I could get free from myself. I would no longer be in bondage, and this is what the teacher and everybody in the class was talking about. So I decided that I was going to make everything look like an accident.
After carefully planning her own suicide, Tara drove home for one last visit.
I came home late that night after thinking it all over, and my dad met me at the front door, and they could see that I was definitely not with it. I was saying things like, it's not really me. And my mom and dad knew that there was something desperately wrong, so they took me to the hospital and put me in a psychological area of counseling so that I could get some help.
Tara's English teacher is no longer at Columbine High. The school has refused to comment on the case, other than to say the course had nothing to do with Tara's problems.
You were, as a teenager, confused, you were depressed, you felt lonely.
I mean, without this class, might you not have been a candidate for suicide?
I had thought about it as a possible option for a lot of years, but I never would have gone through with it. Never, because I wasn't brave enough. The things that we learned in the class taught us how to be brave enough to face death.
What makes us think that American education is going to do a good job teaching death education? We ought to be trembling about the fact that the schools, which have failed to teach academics, are now presuming to teach matters of life and death.
If you'd like to feel the difference between life and death, you can touch them. Stanley's very cold because there's no blood. You have lots of blood in you. You feel warm and full of life.
Graphically introducing death to impressionable young minds is at the core of the controversy over death education in our public schools. Will students walk away from here with a clearer understanding of death, or with nightmarish memories that might haunt them for life and perhaps inadvertently suggest death as an answer to adolescent problems?
Wonderful. It's good to see you alive. And more we could not wish you, and more than Stanley would not wish you, than have an awful lot of life. Live it well.
Yes, some elements of this teaching just do seem overly morbid, touching cadavers and everything.
We should point out that the use of actual bodies in these classes is reasonably limited, but we had no trouble finding this course.
Do parents know that this is being taught in each case?
That's a major problem, Hugh, that schools teaching these courses without letting the parents at home know, and the answer is for the parents either individually or collectively as a group, if they're concerned about this, to go to their school to find out if death ed is being taught, and then find out what's in the curriculum, because that's important. Also, is it an option for the kids, or are they being pushed into this by peer pressure? Parents know whether the kids are emotionally ready for it.
You know, in sex education, a lot of experts feel that questions should be honestly answered, but that to load a lot of information that's unasked on little kids is
On a young mind, it is a heavy burden to get into that type of subject, including death.
Right. Thank you, Tom.
Certainly.
In her testimony, Sarah Becker explained that the subject of death was integrated into many of the courses at her high school. She said that death was made to look glamorous, that living was hard, and that reincarnation would solve their problems. Students were told that they would always return to a much better life form. They would return to the Oversoul and become like God. After one of the students at her school committed suicide, a suicide talking day was held, and every class was to talk about death. Class assignments were for students to write their own obituaries and suicide notes. They were told to trust their own judgment in choosing whether to live or die. So Tara began to think of suicide as a means of solving some of her problems. She thought of liberating her spirit from enslavement to her body. She said she also wanted to die to help relieve the planet of overpopulation. These were just a few of the crazy thoughts she was conditioned to embrace by her educators. God only knows what kind of equally crazy ideas were socially engineered into the minds of the Columbine killers. Columbine has since become a proverbial expression for school shootings and mass violence, symbolizing the tragic influence of such events on modern society, while serving as a stark reminder of the sinister nature of problem-reaction solution and the dystopian pretext so often exploited and leveraged against us in times of crisis. Modern Gladio and the strategy of tension provide the backdrop for our story as we take up our position in the trenches on the front lines of the mind war. Psychological operations and socially engineered contagion are sophisticated weapons of war, manipulating emotions and social behavioral patterns to spread the mind virus within any given group, often relying on advanced psychological tactics while perfectly orchestrating social influence to achieve specific outcomes. Columbine introduced the very concept of school shootings into the public consciousness and inevitably became the blueprint for future school shooters. What if the most extraordinary details surrounding this case were in large part ignored throughout the course of the cover-up, with significant proof of prior knowledge, numerous witness accounts suggesting additional gunmen, revelations of prior planning, adult co-conspirators, indications of mind control, connections to the occult, links to military intelligence, and additional compelling evidence, even implicating a potential child sex ring operating in the area, the age-old playbook and recognizable patterns begin to take form. In the end, as we explore the anatomy of a school shooting through the untold story of the Columbine Massacre, we follow the echoes of this tragedy to a much more plausible alternative conclusion. For objectively re-examining the details of this case, we pry back the curtain yet again, ultimately revealing the all-too-familiar hidden hand responsible for guiding these chaotic events into place. The facade of virtue, drenched in moral corruption, reflects the cunning nature of our unending adversary, spotlighting the manipulative tactics of these engineers of outcome. As Shakespeare wrote in the tragedy of Richard III, depicting the Machiavellian rise and fall of King Richard III of England, and thus I clothe my naked villainy with odd old ends stolen out of Holy Writ, and seem a saint, when most I play the devil.